So, ladies and gentlemen, Minister Valtonen, Deputy Prime Minister Sikorski, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 Warsaw Human Dimension Conference. It is impressive to see that so many human rights defenders and civil society representatives are joining us, many at high personal risk. It shows the continued relevance of the human dimension and the importance of the OSCE in offering such a platform for dialogue and exchange. I encourage you all to make good use of it, always in a respectful manner, and I emphasize the respect among people. Human rights, democracy, and the rule of law are at the core of peace and security. They have, however, come under attack in numerous places across the OSCE region. The Warsaw Human Dimension Conference gives civil society a chance to speak out about the challenges they are facing, the violations they are observing, and the repressions they are exposed to. And we are here to listen carefully and to engage in frank conversations. This year, 50 years after the signing of the Helsinki Final Act, Helsinki committees and other civil society organizations continue to remind the OSCE participating states of their human dimension commitments. As Nobel Peace Prize winner, and that also happened 50 years ago, so 1975, the winner and prominent human rights defender Andrei Sakharov said, and I'm quoting, "The whole point of the Helsinki Accords is mutual monitoring, not mutual evasion of difficult problems." That's end of quote. And this is exactly what we are here to do, to discuss implementation of our shared human dimension commitments, no matter how difficult that might be and is. And with this, I would now like to give the floor to the chairperson in office, Minister Elina Valtonen, for her welcoming remarks. Dear Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thank you, Vesa, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. 50 years ago, the Helsinki Final Act redefined the meaning of security, not merely as the absence of conflict, but as the presence of human rights and fundamental freedoms. The Helsinki principles, such as the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, the inviolability of borders, peaceful settlement of disputes, and the promotion of human rights and fundamental freedoms are not abstract ideals. They are principles enshrined in the UN Charter and therefore the bedrock of the rules-based international order. They bind us even in times of tension and conflict. We must be clear-eyed about the challenges before us. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is not only a blatant violation of international law, it is an assault on the very principles that underpin the Helsinki Final Act. It is a direct assault on the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and the brutal rejection of the norms that have preserved peace in Europe for decades. Forced deportations, attacks on civilians, and war crimes, these are not just violations of international law, they are an attack on humanity itself. Through its actions, Russia is breaking every one of the 10 Helsinki principles, the very principles it took part in drafting 50 years ago. We need to ensure that accountability is not a distant aspiration, but concrete reality. Justice must be pursued, not only for the sake of Ukraine, but for the credibility of the international system itself. The OSCE does its bit by documenting Russia's human rights violations and violations of international humanitarian law in the context of the war of aggression against Ukraine. Defending Helsinki principles requires more than condemning aggression. Across the OSCE region, it demands that we uphold human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of opinion and expression, peaceful assembly and association, and freedom of religion and belief. It also demands that we strengthen democratic institutions, uphold the freedom of the media, protect free and fair elections, promote gender equality, and ensure that civil society can operate without a fear of restriction. Governments alone cannot shape the future. Civil society is not a threat to stability. On the contrary, it is the foundation of stability. Human rights defenders, journalists, youth activists, and community leaders are the lifeblood of democratic resilience. They challenge injustice, drive innovation, and hold power to account. Their voices must not only be heard, they must be protected. This year, as the chair of the OSCE, I've met with civil society on multiple occasions. I've heard how civic space is shrinking, the freedom of the media is undermined, and human rights defenders are facing threats. The OSCE can support participating states in implementing their human dimension commitments, and I urge states to welcome OSCE's support, including cooperation with field operations to strengthen civic space. Democratic processes are the cornerstone of legitimate governance. They must be protected from manipulation, interference, and erosion. ODIHR's role in election observation is vital, and we must ensure it continues with full support and independence. Where elections are undermined, democracy itself is weakened. We must also recognize the transformative power of youth and innovation. Young people are not just future leaders, they are present-day change makers. Their engagement in civic life, digital activism, and democratic processes must be nurtured, not suppressed. Ladies and gentlemen, the world we inhabit today is vastly different from that of 1975. We face new and complex threats: disinformation, climate insecurity, and hybrid activities, while old dangers have not disappeared: aggression, democratic erosion, and restrictions on fundamental freedoms. Yet the core idea remains: security must include the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms. The OSCE must change with time. We need to concentrate on the things where the OSCE brings added value, such as the work of the autonomous institutions. The OSCE's work must reflect today's realities but remain anchored in timeless values. Let us engage youth, empower civil society, and uphold the principles that are the very foundation of this organization. Because the true strength of those principles lies not in institutions alone, but in the people who believe in them and who are willing to fight for a freer, safer, and a more just world. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret that for the fourth consecutive year, consensus for holding the Human Dimension Implementation Meeting was not reached. The Warsaw Conference, as the largest annual human rights conference in Europe, is an important event. The fact that we, this year, have a record number of almost 1,900 participants is a testament to the fact that these discussions are meaningful, relevant, and more urgent than ever. We have organized this chairpersonship conference because these encounters between the civil society and government representatives are truly the added value of the OSCE. I thank ODIHR for your dedication and excellent cooperation with my chairpersonship team in making this Warsaw Human Dimension Conference happen. And I wish everyone a fruitful and thought-provoking conference. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland, Radosław Sikorski. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister Valtonen, representatives of OSCE institutions, Excellencies, distinguished guests. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to this year's edition of the Warsaw Human Dimension Conference. 50 years ago, we all agreed to comply with the commitments laid down in the Helsinki Final Act. As Elina Valtonen has already said, it was the agreement to adhere to a decalogue of values that we consider non-negotiable: respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, the inviolability of borders, respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. The Helsinki Decalogue was a turning point for the people trapped under Soviet control after World War II, including my own country. It served as a powerful blueprint for hope in their struggle for liberation from communism. Today, Poland is independent and prosperous. It is thriving as part of a united Europe. But what was true then remains brutally clear today. There can be no freedom or prosperity under the grip of an oppressive force. This is something our neighbors in Ukraine understand very well, as they are fighting for the right to shape their own future. Over the past decades, the world has largely shared the belief that might does not make right. The international community broadly agreed that the respect for human rights is fundamental to peace and development, even if not everyone always walked the talk. But today, this universal consensus appears to be at a breaking point. There are powers that openly declare human rights expendable, calling them obstacles to stability and national unity. The autocrats are increasingly prone to weaponize legislation to silence opponents, suppress civil society and independent media, often under the guise of counterterrorism and anti-extremism. Still, as they tighten their oppressive grip on societies, they grow insecure. They realize that the innate desire for freedom and dignity stirs people to action, even if it means risking their lives. They see Belarusians demanding free elections. They see Russians protesting against the invasion of Ukraine. They see Georgians demanding a democratic and Europe-oriented future for their country. Here in Poland, we know the price and the pain of the struggle for freedom all too well. But we know that there comes a day when voices calling for justice finally prevail. Ladies and gentlemen, Warsaw Human Dimension Conference epitomizes our shared commitment to human rights and democracy. It reflects the OSCE's tradition of dialogue among representatives of states, institutions, and civil society. It also shows our determination to uphold our values against the odds. We are meeting again in Warsaw despite Russia's obstruction to holding regular Human Dimension implementation meetings. Over the next 2 weeks, you will be tackling a wide range of pressing issues. I am certain you will give particular attention to the crimes resulting from Russia's aggression against Ukraine. After all, widespread and systematic violations against Ukrainian population have been confirmed in a number of expert reports under the OSCE Moscow mechanism, including the most recent one on the situation of prisoners of war. And let us all be clear, Russia will be held accountable. I also hope you will address the hybrid warfare that Russia and its allies use to undermine democratic societies. Disinformation, cyber attacks, airspace violations, increasingly common recently. These actions polarize our societies and erode trust in public institutions. Democratic elections are particularly vulnerable in this regard. We could see it in Moldova just a few days ago. Russia and its local proxies attempted to influence the outcome through vote buying, disinformation activities, and cyber attacks. Fortunately, they failed. But the OSCE and its participating states must be ready to act in response to those evolving threats. In this vein, Poland is holding a side event on safeguarding democratic processes in the digital age. I cordially invite you to take part. Distinguished guests, I'd like to thank the Finnish chairperson in office for their efforts to convene this meeting. I also thank the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights for their immense work in promoting democracy, rule of law, and human rights in the OSCE area. Poland will continue to defend your mandate. Dear participants, this conference's success will not be measured by the number of statements delivered. The goal is to reaffirm and strengthen further our resolve to stand up for human rights and defend our democratic institutions wherever they are under threat. Our goal is also to give hope to those who are still waiting for their rights and dignity to be respected. After all, in the famous words of the civil rights leader John Lewis, if not us, then who? If not now, then when? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for your welcoming words. And I also want to thank your country for generous hospitality for hosting this annual two-week meeting. The next speaker is our co-host, ODIHR Director Maria Telalian. Dear Director, you have the floor.
Vesa, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege to open this Warsaw Human Dimension Conference organized by the Finnish OSCE chairperson, and to welcome you all on behalf of ODIHR, the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, to the beautiful capital of Poland. It is a pleasure to see so many of you here today. Let me begin by sincerely thanking Minister Valtonen and the Finnish chairpersonship for convening this much-needed two-week gathering. This conference provides a unique and vital space for dialogue on the human dimension of the OSCE. ODIHR remains committed to supporting these efforts, and we are grateful to your entire team for the excellent partnership throughout the year. I would also like to warmly welcome Minister Sikorski and extend our appreciation to Poland for once again hosting us in Warsaw. A warm welcome as well to the newly appointed President of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, Mr. Pons, to the Human Rights Commissioner of the Council of Europe, Mr. O'Flaherty. Thank you, Michael, for joining us today. And to my esteemed colleagues from the OSCE executive structures and institutions, our Secretary General, Sinir Leoglu, the representative on freedom of the media, Bratu, and the High Commissioner on National Minorities, Camp. I also welcome representatives from the OSCE participating states, colleagues from field operations, institutional partners, and the many civil society representatives and who are attending this opening and the full duration of this conference. Your presence here today sends a powerful message of unity and urgency in reaffirming our shared commitment to human rights, democracy, and fundamental freedoms as pillars of our common security. Ladies and gentlemen, this year will mark the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act, signed in 1975. It laid the foundation for a comprehensive approach to security that remains just as relevant today. It recognized with clarity and foresight that lasting peace and stability cannot exist without respect for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. The human dimension enshrined in the Final Act placed the individual at the center of our shared commitments. It affirmed that the dignity of every person, the rights to express opinions freely, to associate, to believe, and to participate in shaping public life are not abstract ideals, but essential to the health and security of our societies. The legacy of the final act has been far-reaching, well beyond the decision 34 years ago to establish ODIHR, the office I have had the privilege to lead since December. Many of the most transformative changes in our region's modern history, from peaceful democratic transitions to efforts promoting accountability, have their roots in the human dimension commitments born out of Helsinki. Civil society, empowered by these commitments, has been indispensable in defending shared values. Human rights defenders, civil society activists, independent journalists, and others have helped expose injustice, amplify marginalized voices, and hold those in power accountable, ensuring the promises of 1975 remain alive today. This conference must emphasize what lies at the core of the OSCE and Helsinki spirit. There can be no security without human rights, no peace without justice, and no freedom without responsibility. We must reaffirm our commitment to these principles. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this anniversary takes place against the backdrop of a deepening crisis in the international legal framework for the protection of human rights. The very institutions built to safeguard human dignity are under growing strain. Nowhere is this more tragically evident than in the ongoing war in Ukraine since the invasion of the Russian Federation. This war has brought untold suffering, with daily violations of international humanitarian and human rights law, which ODIHR continues to document through its public reporting. It is a stark reminder that when international norms are openly violated without consequence, the credibility of our institutions erodes, along with the trust of people who depend on them. This crisis is also fueled by a growing tendency to treat human rights as negotiable or optional. Attempts to deflect accountability by casting human rights as tools of external interference undermine our common standards, foster division and mistrust, and erode the trust essential for dialogue. At the same time, we are witnessing an alarming decline in financial support for democracy assistance, human rights monitoring, and humanitarian relief, even as global needs increase. International organizations, including ODIHR, are expected to do more with less, at a time when their work is more critical than ever. Defunding this work is not neutral. It signals that our commitments are optional, not foundational. If we are serious about defending peace and the rule of law, we must invest politically and financially in the human rights system, protect it from erosion, and uphold its consistent and universal application. Ladies and gentlemen, for many years, the Human Dimension Implementation Meeting was the primary OSCE platform for reviewing implementation of our human dimension commitments. While we regret the continued lack of consensus to hold the mandated Human Dimension Implementation Meeting, we are grateful for the opportunity this Chair's conference offers to maintain that crucial space for dialogue. It brings together states, civil society, institutions, and international organizations to engage in open, sometimes difficult, but always necessary discussions on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Importantly, It gives civil society the rare opportunity to speak directly to states, to raise concerns, highlight progress, and advocate for positive change. We all know that the challenges facing human rights and democracy today are multiplying in complexity and reach. Many of them will be explored over the next 2 weeks across the thematic sessions of over 100 side events. Allow me to reflect briefly on one of these challenges that ODIHR is actively working on: the growing pressure on civil society and human rights defenders throughout the OSCE region, and the negative consequences this has on fundamental freedoms, the rule of law, and democratic resilience. Across many participating states, civil society actors and human rights defenders are operating in increasingly hostile environments. Rather than being treated as vital partners in democracy, they are often seen as threats, branded as foreign agents subjected to surveillance or vilification. Through our monitoring work, ODIHR has documented how defenders are also targeted with online and offline intimidation, smear campaigns, and in most serious cases, physical harassment, arbitrary detention, and violence. This crackdown is not isolated. It has serious implications for the quality of our democracies and the security of our region. When civil society is stifled, the rule of law weakens. Transparency disappears and corruption flourishes. The loss of critical voices creates space for disinformation, polarization, and authoritarianism. In the long term, silencing civil actors does not merely threaten individual rights, fundamental freedoms, and the quality of our democracies, it destabilizes the foundation of inclusive, peaceful, and secure societies. As we gather in Warsaw, we must reaffirm our collective responsibility to defend civic space and support those who courageously speak truth to power. To all the civil society participants and human rights defenders present here today, ODIHR will continue to support your efforts, advocate for your rights, and provide a platform to amplify your voices. Your partnership is essential to our work, and we look forward to learning from your experiences throughout this conference. This is precisely why conferences like this are not just valuable, they are vital. And clearly, this need is widely felt. This year, as you have heard from previous speakers, we are witnessing unprecedented engagement with over 1,900 participants registered, a record in the history of this meeting. This remarkable turnout is not just a number, it is a powerful message. It reflects the commitment and determination of people across the OSCE region to place human rights and democratic values at the heart of our dialogue. It is a collective affirmation that the human dimension, in all its aspects, remains a cornerstone of the OSCE's comprehensive approach to security. Let us use this moment not only to assess where we stand, but to renew our determination to move forward together in realizing the promises of Helsinki and in making those promises real in the lives of the people they were intended to protect. Allow me to thank all participating states working closely with us. Even when we disagree, open dialogue remains the cornerstone of this organization, and ODIHR stands always ready to provide its assistance and expertise. At the same time, I will not tire of reminding states of your long-standing commitments to human rights, democratic principles, the rule of law, equality, and fundamental freedoms. They remain the best path forward in overcoming today's crisis and building lasting peace and stability. Over the next weeks, we have a valuable opportunity. Let us remember that dialogue, tolerance, accountability, and respect for diversity and human rights are not only the basis of our common humanity, but also, as we hope to see again soon, the basis of our common peace. My final words to my colleagues at ODIHR: thank you for your hard work and enduring dedication. Your passion in the face of challenges remains unwavering and a source of inspiration to all of us. ODIHR looks forward to listening, engaging, and working together in our shared mission to promote and respect human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. I wish you a successful Warsaw Human Dimension Conference.
Thank you so much, Madam Director, dear Maria. I also want to join your thanks to your whole team. Without your invaluable support, this conference would not take place. So thank you so much. I will now pass the floor to the OSCE Secretary General, Ambassador Feridun H. Sinirlioglu. It is a great pleasure to welcome you in Warsaw, Feridun. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor. Distinguished Chair, Minister Valtonen, Deputy Prime Minister Sikorski, President San Pietro of OSCE, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to join you today for my first Warsaw Human Dimension Conference since I became Secretary General. 2 months ago in Helsinki, we marked the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act. The moment gave us reason to reflect on what I believe was a historic achievement. In 1975, at the height of the Cold War, competing blocs came together and, in the face of the prospect of mutually assured destruction, recognized the urgent need to agree on principles to manage peaceful coexistence. The human dimension of security lay at the heart of the Final Act. It committed participating states to respect human rights and fundamental freedoms, including freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief. It made clear that this was an essential basis for peace in Europe. True then, true today. A little more than a year after the Helsinki summit, Charter 77 promised to initiate a new era of civil liberties and freedoms. It was followed by many other movements, including Solidarność here in Poland, that helped to expand and strengthen the democratic space across the OSCE region. The spirit of Helsinki was eagerly taken up by dissidents who collected evidence of violations and abuses of human rights and demanded accountability for it. For the first time in history, adversaries came together and agreed that a factor in mutual security was how governments treat their citizens. This was a critical innovation for maintaining international peace and security. This principle was reaffirmed in 1991 when participating states agreed that commitments undertaken in the human dimension are matters of direct concern to all participating states and do not belong exclusively to the domestic affairs of a state. The Astana Declaration reiterated this key principle in 2010. Yet today, that same principle, along with the others underpinning the Final Act, are in flames. Our founding principles have been violated and instrumentalized. Respect for human rights, territorial integrity, the sovereignty of participating states are under sustained attack. In response, governments are focusing their response on deterrence. Increases in defense spending and ever more assertive displays of capabilities are the order of the day. We have also seen nuclear weapons used as a threat. The risks are growing. This conference also reminds us that security cannot be ensured by military deterrence alone. Strategic stability requires also dialogue, confidence building, transparency and cooperation, including in the human dimension. Without trust between and within societies, peace will always remain fragile. This is why this conference matters. It provides a platform for dialogue where ultimately all participating states, institutions and civil society can and should come together and reaffirm the OSCE's unique approach to security, comprehensive, cooperative and centered on human dignity. This is the OSCE's unique and indispensable contribution to the European security architecture. When the current war in Ukraine finally ends, it will be these principles that must guide us back to peace, trust, and cooperative security. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. We will now have a very small technical break to allow the ministers to leave the room. Bear with us, remain seated, and I say farewell to the ministers.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your patience, and we will now continue. And I will continue by passing the floor to Ambassador Jan Protu, the OSCE representative on freedom of the media. Dear Jan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Vesa. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, fellow panelists, we are gathering for this Human Dimension Conference at a very challenging time on many dimensions for our OSCE region. We see growing tendencies that are undermining the framework guarantees for human rights and media freedom. In addition, our information ecosystem is being affected by technological disruption combined with the structural economic weakness of the traditional news industry. On Wednesday, we will dedicate a full day to discuss various aspects of safety of journalists as a pillar of media freedom. We have chosen this topic because there are still serious gaps in the implementation of Ministerial Council Decision 3/2018 on the safety of journalists. And we really need to step up our efforts to close these gaps. My office is working to map and promote the implementation of the commitments that participating states have made in the context of Ministerial Council Decision 3/2018. And I have made this a top priority since I took up my mandate. Ensuring that journalists can carry out their work freely and safely is the foundation for any democratic system. All our other freedoms rest on the foundation of media freedom and freedom of expression. There are justified concerns about the destabilizing effects of disinformation and misinformation on the integrity of elections and democratic mechanisms. In my considered opinion, the best antidote to disinformation is a strong, independent media sector working on the basis of journalistic codes of ethics and supported by robust media freedom guarantees. Without this, efforts to counter disinformation are doomed to fail. We cannot afford to turn a blind eye to the ongoing and widespread efforts to undermine independent journalism and media freedom, and it is important that participating states prioritize their efforts to support truly independent, ethical, public interest journalism. I will add that the role of independent public service media has never been more important than it is today. In the coming days, we will speak about the challenges that many OSCE participating states continue to face in ensuring that journalists can conduct their profession freely and safely. We will analyze how some governments are taking aim at journalism as a pillar of free society, targeting the accountability reporting that serves as a necessary check on power. Freedom of the media exists, ladies and gentlemen, to keep government transparent and the human instruments of government honest. We will hear the experiences of many journalists who are facing constant attacks and threats, both against themselves and their families, as a consequence of their work. And we will discuss how these attacks on media freedom have contributed to paving the way for disinformation campaigns, campaigns that undermine trust in our institutions and undermine our democratic societies. But mostly, I hope we will talk about solutions, about what the OSCE and its participating states can do to support independent journalism, how we can ensure it is not perceived as antagonistic to stability and security, but essential to such, how we can address and counteract efforts to discredit journalists and the media, efforts that are occurring not only through public smear campaigns, but also through legal measures aimed at recasting independent journalism as a threat. Ladies and gentlemen, journalism is not a threat. Media are not the enemy. With this in mind, allow me to welcome the many journalists and civil society representatives who are here with us today and for these 2 weeks. Many have come from far away, and they have taken time to be here in spite of their busy schedules and limited resources. They do so because they know that their presence here will make a difference, that their voices will be heard, and that their contribution to the conversation is key to ensuring positive change. I know from many representatives of participating states that they look forward to hearing from you in the coming days, and so do I. We look forward to understanding your concerns and discussing with you what we can do to support you. I would like to end by reminding participating states that already 50 years ago, the Helsinki Final Act set out a range of OSCE commitments on the right to information and on the special role that media plays in facilitating this right. It recognized that the free flow of information can enable, quote, the development of mutual understanding between the participating states and the further improvement of their relations, unquote. This, ladies and gentlemen, is comprehensive security. And this is also why the media, a free and independent and ethical media, is so crucial for comprehensive security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador dear Jan. And now it's my honor to give the floor to Ambassador Christoph Kamp, High Commissioner on National Minorities. Dear Christoph, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vesa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to address the Warsaw Human Dimension Conference as we gather on Finland's chairpersonship during a year that marks a historic milestone, the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act. As we reflect on the implementation of our OSCE Human Dimension commitments in the coming 2 weeks, we are reminded that lasting security cannot be built on military might alone, but must rest on dialogue, inclusion, and respect for human rights, including the human rights of national minorities. This principle remains as relevant today as it was in 1975. However, today's security landscape tests these values and presents profound challenges to societies across the OSCE area, including challenges related to national minority issues. We are seeing a rise in the instrumentalization of minority issues for political ends, alongside a resurgence of nationalist rhetoric that fuels division and undermines trust between and among communities and between citizens and institutions. This requires our persistent attention and the need to respond. We have the obligation to build societies in which diversity strengthens rather than divides us, to prevent today's divisions from becoming tomorrow's conflict, and to choosing inclusion over exclusion, dialogue over silence, and action over indifference. It is precisely for this reason that the post of the High Commissioner on National Minorities was established in 1992 to serve as an early warning and early action mechanism, helping states manage diversity in ways that promote inclusion, prevent conflict, and uphold our shared commitments. I operate with a clear mandate, recognizing that unresolved tensions involving national minority issues can pose serious risks to peace and stability. My work is in assisting and advising the participating states on minority issues is firmly grounded in the strong legal foundations of our shared international and OSCE commitments to minority rights and their protection. Yet it also goes beyond legal frameworks to focus on finding practical, workable solutions that help to integrate diverse societies and contribute to stability. Through quiet diplomacy, expert analysis, and sustained engagement, my institution provides impartial advice and support to national and local authorities, as well as to communities and civil society actors, helping them to navigate possible tensions and strengthen both democratic resilience and regional security. Finland's chairpersonship theme, Resilient Together, thus resonates deeply with the mandate of the High Commissioner. True resilience, the kind that enables societies to withstand crises and emerge stronger, requires the full participation and integration of all communities, including national minorities. In that regard, particular attention must be given to safeguarding language rights, ensuring equitable access to public services and political participation and representation, and promoting socio-economic inclusion for all economies. These are all themes that my institution continues to address through practical recommendations grounded in decades of experience and accumulated expertise. They form a core part of my daily engagement with participating states. Furthermore, in times of rising nationalism and divisive rhetoric, it is critical that political leaders refrain from instrumentalizing national minority issues, whether within their own borders or in neighboring states, as Ukraine painfully experiences every day. For political gain, as this only deepens division and erodes trust. The commitments enshrined in the Paris Charter affirmed, and I quote, that friendly relations among our peoples, as well as peace, justice, stability, and democracy, require that the ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and religious identity of national minorities be protected, and conditions for the promotion of that identity be created. Building on this, the recommendations that my institution has developed highlight the dual responsibilities that states have: to protect and promote the rights of minorities within their own borders, and to act as responsible members of the international community when it comes to minorities under the jurisdiction of other states. When this dual responsibility is respected, the potential for conflicts involving national minority issues is far diminished, as is demonstrated by many peaceful and prosperous countries with diverse societies. Distinguished participants, as this conference addresses the foundations of democracy, we should remember a fundamental truth. No democracy can be truly resilient if it excludes voices, marginalizes communities, or leaves people behind. In the face of new challenges, including digital divides, disinformation, and climate change, we need to strengthen systems that harness the strength of our diversity and not allow divisions to weaken us. Civil society stands ready as our partner and as an early warning system. Minority youth offer energy and innovation if we give them genuine opportunities. Minority women bring perspectives forged by overcoming compounded barriers. When we actively include these voices in shaping our democratic future, we do more than fulfill commitments. We build the inclusive, resilient societies that can weather any storm. At this 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act, we must reaffirm that its vision of societies where all live in freedom and dignity requires persistent attention and care. Short-term security may tempt some to retreat from inclusion and long-term stability, but history teaches us that such approaches ultimately fail. The path forward requires what this chairperson has succinctly set out as respect the principles, respond today, and prepare for the future. The inclusion and full participation of all communities, including national minorities, is not only a moral imperative or legal and political requirement, it is a practical necessity to safeguard the resilience and prosperity of our societies in the years to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Dear Christoph, the next speaker is the President of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, Perejón Pons San Pietro. The Parliamentary Assembly is an important OSCE body bringing the perspective of the legislative side. And with this, President Pons, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and it's a pleasure to be here today. And of course, it's also a pleasure to be here as a politician, serving in a parliamentary assembly of more than 1 billion citizens from Vladivostok to Vancouver. So this would be my starting point, and my second starting point is that today is a day of hope. I think we all welcome, all who believe in democracy and peace are welcoming the peace talks in Gaza, for Gaza, in Egypt, of course. And I condemned the 7 October attacks many times, and today, almost 2 years later, I believe the hostages will return home very, very soon. But this peace plan was presented on the same week that thousands took the streets across Europe and around the world to denounce the genocide in Gaza. The same week in which a humanitarian flotilla standing at the gates of Palestine gave voice to the victims. That must give hope to activists who are here today and social movements everywhere in the world, because peace can also be born from dialogue and from crowded public squares. For months now, thousands of Democrats have raised their voices to stop the systematic killing and starvation carried out by Netanyahu's government. Voices that not long ago were barely audible are now opening a door to real hope for peace in the Middle East. And that is good news. Good news for democracy and for democracies everywhere. Especially in a time like this, you all mentioned it, when what we built after Bretton Woods and the creation of the United Nations is under threat. Yes, under threat. Threatened by powerful digital regimes, by those who manipulate through, spread hate, and take advantage of a regulatory vacuum to push ideas that go directly against democracy, human rights, and freedom of expression. And the best answer to this, I think we all agree, is more democracy. More rights, more dialogue, stronger societies, and stronger media, as the special representative said. And yes, clear rules to limit the dangerous overlap of technological, political, and financial power. Financial power as well. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm not naive, and hope is still far from certain. Now the Minister of Foreign Affairs is not here, but since this summer, more than 40 drone-related incidents have taken place across OSCE airspace, and especially here in Poland. And with them, the sense that Europe's security is under threat has only grown. Under threat from one regime, one leader, Vladimir Putin. Putin will not intimidate us in any case. Through an unjustified war of aggression in violation of every principle of international law, he has shown clearly that his fight is not only against Ukraine, but against his own people, against Europe, and against the democracy itself. Our assembly, our parliamentary assembly, has condemned this aggression time and again since 2022. And this week I will be in Kyiv once more to stand with Ukrainian society, to support the European Ukraine, and to insist that any solution must include Ukraine at the table. The assembly I represent believes in a European Ukraine and in a secure Europe. Because security is the foundation of hope, you also mentioned it. And the best security is built through dialogue and peace. But without democracy, without human rights, without a fair and inclusive green transition, without multilateralism, global security is just an illusion. And of course, the drone wall is a priority today, but won't be enough without all these elements that I mentioned. And of course, none of this is possible without funding. Someone mentioned it already. Without resources, we cannot protect these values. That's why I urge participating states to support our work from election observation to field missions. And conflicts are connected, elections are connected, democracies are connected, trade is connected. That's why I started with Gaza and Ukraine, because Ukraine and Gaza are connected. In both, we see the same disregard for shared values, the same violations of human rights, the same contempt for international law. And that's one, because I am one of the last speaking, I would like to say that if we want to be credible in defending the principles of the Helsinki Final Act, we must act without double standards. We are now in the second quarter of the 21st century, a defining moment for global democracy. There is optimism because last year, over half the world's population went to the polls. Liberal democracies remain the mirror many still want to look into. But we must not be naive. Today, technology, capital, algorithms, and concentrated political power are reshaping even our strongest democracies, threatening their very core. We face a wave that aims to dismantle the ecosystem we built, based on multilateralism, peaceful conflict resolution, human rights, and a pure independent media. It's really a fight. If our democracies deliver real improvements in people's lives, real improvements, then we will have the tools to counter authoritarian populism. If not, history, and you know it all, already knows what happens. Before closing, let me raise one more point that cuts across everything. Without gender equality, there is no true democracy. Too often, women pay a double burden for being women and for daring to take part in politics, journalism, activism, or justice. This must be confronted. And I also take this opportunity to call on all participating states, especially legislators, of course, to adopt and implement the Istanbul Convention to protect women who are murdered simply by the fact that they are women. And I would like to end saying that without courageous activists defending the common good and protecting minorities, democracy cannot stand. This forum remains the most vital space in our region for defending human rights. And the Assembly I represent is here to ensure those voices are heard in every country, in every parliament, and to help turn that voice into lasting change. Thanks.
Thank you very much, President Pons. And next, before we turn to our esteemed keynote speakers, this comes outside the program that we circulated. We have a pleasure to hear a video message from the former CIO, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Tourism of Malta, Dr. Ian Ports. And I guess you need to have the earphones to hear the message.
Chair in Office Valtonen, Minister Sikorski, OSCE Secretary General, Director Telaline, High Commissioner Camp and Representative Bratu, President of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, Per Joan Pons San Pietro, Excellencies, colleagues, and dear participants. It is a privilege to address you today at the opening of the Warsaw Human Dimension Conference. While we regret that yet again consensus could not be achieved to hold the Human Dimension Implementation meeting, I applaud the Finnish chair for upholding the valuable tradition of bringing us together to assess the state of our shared commitments in the human dimension. This conference remains the OSCE's flagship platform for dialogue on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It is a moment of taking stock of our progress as well as our shortcomings. It is a space for reflection, accountability, and forward-looking engagement, especially in partnership with civil society. By convening here, we affirm that human rights and fundamental freedoms, alongside the principles of democracy, tolerance, non-discrimination, equality, and rule of law, are central to our collective efforts for peace and security. There can be no true security without respect for these core values. Nowhere is this truth more starkly illustrated than by Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Russia's countless violations of international law, including international human rights, continue to cast a shadow on this organization and its work. Attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure have triggered a large-scale humanitarian crisis and led to mass displacement. Ukrainian children have been forcibly deported and subjected to re-education. Women and girls in occupied territories face conflict related to gender-based violence, and widespread disinformation has been deployed to justify this unprovoked aggression. These and other grave breaches show that war and armed conflicts are clear drivers of violations of human rights and international law. They also highlight the importance of OSCE's continued work on the ground, particularly in documenting abuses, collecting evidence, and supporting accountability and justice. In this regard, I welcome the recent Moscow Mechanism report on the ill treatment of prisoners of war and commend ODIHR's continued efforts to monitor and report on such violations. Our commitment to justice, accountability, and accountability is behind our conviction in keeping Ukraine at the top of our multilateral agenda during our consecutive presidencies of the OSCE and the Council of Europe. Colleagues, as we mark the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act, we must reaffirm that respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms is not merely aspirational, it is our solemn responsibility. We commend the Finnish chair for its leadership in advancing the Helsinki Plus process, which has underscored the enduring relevance of these principles. It has also highlighted the importance of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law for lasting security, and Malta remains committed to upholding these values and to fostering dialogue that advances peace and cooperation. At the same time, across the OSCE region, we continue to face serious challenges to human security that require constant vigilance and effective responses. Among the most pressing is the shrinking space for public dissent and legitimate human rights advocacy. Repressive measures targeting those who speak out, human rights defenders, political activists, and also journalists, undermine the very principles the OSCE was founded to uphold. Both as OSCE chair in 2024 and throughout the presidency of the Council of Europe this year, we have placed media literacy high on our list of priorities. This is because misinformation and disinformation threaten to deepen societal divides and also destabilize democratic institutions, risks that are amplified by digital technologies. And this is why Malta hosted a high-level conference on strengthening democratic resilience to disinformation last month, building on our Media Freedom Conference back in November 24. These initiatives explored effective rights-based strategies to counter disinformation, build democratic resilience, and empower individuals through media and information literacy. We have combined these efforts with a focus on the safety of journalists, which we consider integral to media freedom and democracy. And in addressing this topic, we hope to lead by example, acknowledging our own shortcomings. The assassination of Maltese journalist Daphne Caruana Galizia in 2017 brought home the reality that threats to the safety of journalists are among the greatest threats to democracy. It also showed that Malta, like all participating states, must constantly strive to do better. And this is what this forum is all about. We must not shy away from exchanging best practices to address the most fundamental challenges that we face. In fact, Malta is co-sponsoring a side event with the OSCE Gender Issues Programme on the prevention of femicide. We will present lessons learned from Malta's experience as one of the few countries in Europe and worldwide to have enacted specific legislation against femicide. This concrete step reflects our government's commitment to strengthen efforts against gender-based violence, which continues to claim the lives of women and girls across the OSCE region. Ladies and gentlemen, delivering on our commitments requires a sustained effort and clear political will. Over the next 10 days, we will engage with civil societies and amongst each other to revitalize our commitments. Together, we can send a strong message that respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms is not optional, it is imperative. We can demonstrate that the OSCE is also still very effective in enhancing human security. Our collective message must be loud and clear. By upholding the rights and freedoms enshrined in the Helsinki Final Act, we honor the legacy of those who came before us, and we reaffirm our duty to those who will follow. Thank you.
I thank everyone for the attention, and with this we will now hear some echo. I don't know, there's can some technician take care of this feedback, please? Okay. Okay, we will now proceed to our keynote addresses by two distinguished guests, and it's my great pleasure to give first the floor to the Commissioner for Human Rights of the Council of Europe, Michael O'Flaherty. It is a particular honor to have you with us here today as our two organizations enjoy long-standing cooperation in so many areas that we are going to speak about in the coming 2 weeks. Commissioner O'Flaherty, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, President of the Parliamentary Assembly, Secretary General, the leadership of the OSCE, Excellencies, friends. I was at a conference a few years ago when, after a long succession of speeches, the next speaker was called. He threw away his notes and he sang a song. Now, I don't propose to sing a song, but I would like to tell a story. Yesterday, I went to the new magnificent Museum of Modern Art here in Warsaw. And while wandering around, I stumbled on a set of portraits. They are known as the Helsinki series, portraits by the Polish artist Juri Zielinski. Portraits of all the signatories of the Helsinki Final Act, and they're quite striking. In the first place, it's all men, a testimony to the reality back then. But secondly, they're all men of an age. Every one of them was alive in the Second World War, many as adults. And I think that they knew that, and that was very much part of their presence in that room on that day. And of course, they also came with many very diverse preoccupations. There was the then Portuguese President da Costa Gomes, who was literally in the death throes of the military dictatorship. There was President Archbishop Macarius of Cyprus, a world figure back then, who obviously was preoccupied by the situation of his island. And then to take my own country, Ireland, there was its Taoiseach, its Prime Minister, Liam Cosgrave, preoccupied with the possible impact of Helsinki for the situation in Northern Ireland. But notwithstanding all of that diversity, one common thread, I think, was shared across every one of the signatories, and that was the efforts to bring about an end to the Cold War. Now, it's well beyond my capacity to assess how well that objective was delivered, but there were some successes delivered from the signatories on that day that I suggest were well beyond the imagination of the original signatories. And I have in mind here, of course, the delivery of so much of the third basket in terms of contributing to a culture of human rights on our continent. I've seen this personally over years. First, back in the 1990s in Bosnia-Herzegovina, especially the role of the OSCE field operation in terms of its contribution to embedding human rights and a culture of human rights, which in turn contributed enormously to the consolidation of peace. I've seen it across the years in how the High Commissioner for National Minorities has headed off conflict through the often invisible and quiet diplomacy. I've seen it in the work of the representative on freedom of the media. I have seen how successive representatives have become global leaders on free speech. And now in my current job, and most recently when I was director of the Fundamental Rights Agency, I see it in the cooperation with ODIHR across multiple areas of human rights engagement. And the one common thread I see in all the cooperation with ODIHR is its deep expertise and its capacity to be listened to and to be impactful. And there's one further dimension of OSCE achievement I'd like to mention, and that is one that was absolutely not in the minds of those original signatories, and that is the extent to which what was signed in '79 triggered a burgeoning of civil society, of organizations established, inspired, driven on by the Helsinki Final Accord. And I want to acknowledge the vital role of that civil society ever since. And now at 50, the stocktaking is well underway, and I very much appreciate the important conference in Helsinki during the summer. Now, as we continue our stocktaking, I would like to mention 5 dimensions of why I see that the situation in our world today is quite frankly dreadful. First, there's the violence all around us, in Ukraine, against Ukraine, in Gaza, elsewhere as well as the persistent real risk to all of us of a nuclear war. Second, I see the impact of COVID still under-acknowledged in terms of the extent to which it has harmed and damaged our societies, above all for young and old people, but for everybody else as well. Third, and closely related, there is the rising levels of global inequality. The 10 richest men, and it is men, the 10 richest men in the world own more than the bottom 3.1 billion. And this dreadful inequality is getting worse and is destabilizing societies. Fourth of my 5, we have the onset of AI, with its remarkable capacity for good, but also its remarkable capacity for damage and for risk. All of this compounded, exacerbated by the role of the private sector, with the entire industry driven ultimately by just 5 private businesses, all of them motivated not by the well-being of society, but by profit. And final of my 5, we have the triple planetary crisis, where arguably we have already gone past the tipping point. To sum it all up, I would borrow the words of philosopher Paul Preciado, who has said recently that we are in a moment of dysphoria mundi. And so the question then is how to engage the dysphoria. Well, I greatly welcome the voices of the OSCE, including today, in terms of saying that the engagement with the dysphoria must be based on a profound commitment to multilateralism and respect for and insistence on respect for human rights. But I ask, what would that look like in practice? And let me suggest a few elements of what that would look like in its delivery. And I'll be honest here, I'm also describing what I'm attempting to do in my role as Council of Europe Commissioner. The first is that we must, for existential significance, stand up for the human rights of the people of Ukraine. And my focus right now, there's many legitimate dimensions of this, my focus is seeking to embed attention to human rights in the pathway to peace for Ukraine, something of which I recently published a memorandum. Second, we have to seek to embed human rights as we engage the great issues of the day, the climate crisis. It's why I welcome the recent judgments of the European Court of Human Rights around issues of the climate. My own focus has to do with AI and the need to push back against those loud voices saying, less regulation, please, more space. To the contrary, we need oversight directed to human well-being. Third, there's the issue of who we focus our human rights efforts on. Who are the beneficiaries? Absolutely, it must be the most forgotten and marginalized people. I spend a lot of my time working on and with the situation of the Roma communities, but it must also be about our general populations. We must work across our street to help show that human rights is about everyone, about my neighbor as much as somebody far distant. And in that way, not only do we do good, but we build communities of support for human rights. And that is the context, for instance, of the need for efforts to tackle poverty and promote equality. By the way, I'm in Poland, and I'm reminded of the importance of this when I look back at the story of Solidarity. Of the 21 demands that Solidarity made in the Gdansk coal yards back in 1980, 18 of them, 18 of 21, were about what we would describe as socio-economic rights. Just a penultimate consideration has to do with the way in which, not who we work with, but how we work with them. And here I think it's so important that we be principled and consistent in standing up for international human rights law. My friends, it is not a la carte. It cannot be ever subordinated to other considerations. What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the way we behave increasingly on our borders. It is vital that we preserve the right to seek asylum, that we avoid the risk of refoulement. And in so doing, we have to push back against the false arguments of a zero-sum game vis-à-vis respect for international law and the protection of national security. Or to put it in OSCE language, we have to re-embed the notions of human security in our understanding of national security. And fifth and finally, we have to recognize the degree of threat to that essential element of our human rights architecture, civil society. I spent the last week in Strasbourg and in Brussels meeting with NGOs. I met with NGO activists who are in exile, because they have to be in exile. I've met with those who are on the brink of leaving their country, still active, but only just holding on. I met with the families of human rights defenders in jail. And I met with so many whose organizations were in crisis because of absence of funding. And here I have to mention, of course, the huge implications of the withdrawal of USAID and indeed the large-scale pullback from Europe of the Open Society foundations. So that's enough of my list. There's so much for us all to do. I wish OSCE all the very best as you embark on the next 50 years of your essential work. I will do what I can to support you and to play my own complementary and cooperative role. In other words, friends, I look forward to being your partner in realizing the sentiments that were so well expressed by the then US President Ford in Helsinki in 1975, when he said, and I quote, "We owe it to our children, to the children of all continents, not to miss any opportunity, not to malinger for one moment, not to spare ourselves or allow others to shirk in the monumental task of building a better and a safer world." Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your clear and thought-provoking words. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to the second keynote speaker, representing the voice of civil society, the Secretary General of the Norwegian Helsinki Committee, Berit Lindemann. It is equally great honor to have you with us, as the Helsinki movement across Europe was born out of the Helsinki Final Act 50 years ago, and since then, civil society has played an essential role in mobilizing and raising awareness on human rights violations and demanding accountability. Lindemann, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And Secretary General, Commissioner, Excellencies, dear Director, dear friends of human rights, democracy, and rule of law. I thank the Finnish chairperson for the opportunity to act as a representative of a civil society who, despite dangerous adversaries, deep financial crisis, and a shrinking space, continues to play an important role in all of the OSCE participatory states. The Helsinki Final Act, signed 50 years ago after 2 years of negotiations, was the product of the brave and visionary work of diplomacy between deeply divided blocs. Now, I'm not sure if it is a time for celebration alone. Instead of celebrating a birthday of a life well spent, the anniversary is an opportunity for reflection. The history of the OSCE is both of successes, some of them we can't even document, but also of failures. 50 years ago, democratic principles and human rights were put in the smallest basket of the human dimension, the third and the last one. Kissinger didn't believe in their inclusion, and Brezhnev, it has been said, had been convinced that it would have no significance at all. But in this basket was also put the seeds of what was to become a large and international human rights movement organized by citizens, not governments. A movement that took the principles as the commitments they were supposed to be and promised to hold governments to account. Through this, they open a space for affirmation, for activism, and for dialogues. The Human Dimension Implementation Conference here follows this very tradition. And from this smallest of the baskets, the Helsinki movement grew from the initiative of brave intellectuals in the Soviet Union. Moscow Helsinki Group was formed already in 1976. Revered Yuri Orlov and Ludmila Alexeyeva were among the founders and visitors to us in Oslo. They understood that the declaration could be used to showcase Soviet oppression and violations of human rights. Many other Helsinki committees, including my own, followed shortly after. I think we now, decades later, tend to underestimate the importance and profound effect the Helsinki Final Act had to movements and individuals across Europe. In June, Norwegian Helsinki Committee marked the anniversary by inviting friends and partners from across Europe to Oslo. One of our speakers was Polish Eva Kulik-Bielinska, who in the early 80s was at the forefront of the Solidarity movement. She carried the Helsinki Declaration by her shirt pocket during solidarity actions. Eva said, "It was both my shield and my inspiration." Through its principle, a space for transformation was opened across all participatory states, and there have been vast and encouraging results. The resilience and power that Ukrainian and Georgian civil society showed during their revolutions for democracy and dignity is admired by many of us, as the civic courage the Helsinki Act opened a space for. But it's also scared Russia's President Putin into attacking civil society in Russia, where they gathered on Bolotnaya Square to protest stolen elections that were documented by the domestic election observers and shared for all to see. Why else, if not scared, a reason for declaring NGOs foreign agents, undesirable organizations, extremists and terrorists, merely for demanding adherence to the principles once mutually embraced? The success and influence of civil society has also put it in harm's way, while other states copy these actions of Russia. And Georgia has been experiencing setbacks is hard to accept these days. This conference takes place against a most serious backdrop. Ukrainian territories have been under Russian occupation for more than 10 years. It causes unbearable suffering. That one party, the attacking Russia, holds the key to ending. No explanation or interpretation justifies attacking a neighboring country, targeting civilians and kidnapping children. Russia must end the terror attack now, and thousands of Ukrainians deported to Russia must be returned first of all. And then civil society should be part of the peace negotiations because it's their future at stake. The Russian invasion of Ukraine illustrates the link between human dimension and security. Putin developed the playbook for dismantling the rights of his citizens in the takeover of power by gradually taking control of independent media, of the courts and civil society. And then he attacked Ukraine. Would it have been possible with a functional media space, a real political opposition, and a vibrant civil society? I don't know. In Ukraine, civil society continues to play an important role in organizing the resistance, helping victims, and documenting the war crimes, because we all share the responsibility to hold the perpetrators of core international crimes to account. Has the Helsinki Declaration and its institutions, under the responsibility of all participatory states, delivered on its promises? Alas, we have neither security nor efficient cooperation. Democracy is threatened, and not only on the territories which the OSCE in a rather outdated manner has been referring to as east of Vienna. We all stand united in at least one fundamental lesson, that democracy probably will not survive if we do not defend it. Across several participatory states, opposing voices are being put behind bars. The number of political prisoners is now higher in Russia only than combined during Soviet time. That number does not include the more than 1,000 political prisoners in Belarus, those in Azerbaijan, Georgia, Tajikistan, as well as an increasing number in Turkey. Side events organized by civil society this week will highlight some of these names and destinies. We have a moral obligation to do all we can to secure their releases and use the tools available to make sure that these brave defenders of fundamental principles are safe. The threat against the rights of the third basket is not only an issue in authoritarian states and conflict zones. Extreme illiberal politics and raw populism is gaining space, exacerbated by social media and trolls from inside and from abroad. The International Network of NGOs, FIDH, has just released a report sounding the alarm over eroding space for dissent in France. The Netherlands are showing signs of similar practices. And now USA, which under the second Trump presidency has introduced an illiberal agenda with a speed the likes of Putin and Lukashenko would admire. Expelling students for political views, revoking TV license over news items, dismissals for gender or disobedience, and we are seeing obedient judges. Is civil society in the USA sufficiently prepared? And are the institutional and democratic safeguards, both national and international, robust enough to defend the principles of human rights in the most powerful state in the world? Some leaders in democratic states rather appear to take lessons from the authoritarian playbook. We do not strengthen our organization at the same time. On the contrary, human rights provide a solid foundation, but ideas alone are not enough. They must be actively defended. We can demonstrate surprising strength when we unite our forces. And here I return to the OSCE and the Helsinki Final Act. Ukrainian civil society activist Olya Oyvazovska said in Oslo during our meeting, "The leap from promise to reality has been enormous. A consensus platform has fallen victim to sabotage through consensus abuse. The Helsinki Accord created expectations that have not been met because we lack the tools. The OSCE has the infrastructure and framework, but the question is whether the organization dares to use its resources in a meaningful way." Harsh words, but here lies, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, the challenge that is before of us all. Civil society is prepared to do our part. And I would like to thank all of you who consistently bolster the principles of human dimension and who stand firmly by the side of civil society, both to support us and by defending our institutions. I think the third basket holds of common future. And I will end with a simple line from a friend ever so optimistic, always, even when he was in prison, Kazakhstani human rights activist Yevgeny Zhovtis. "We must share experiences, support each other, and believe in miracles." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, Madam Lindemann, for your powerful speech and inspiring words. And with this, we will now turn to the statements from the OSCE delegations. And I would like to remind delegations that you can sign up to deliver a national statement at the table behind me if you haven't done so. At the moment, I have 31 speakers on my list. And first, I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland, the incoming chair of the OSCE for 2026. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, representatives from civil societies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking the Finnish chairpersonship and ODIHR for organizing this Warsaw Human Dimension Conference. We value the efforts to return to a regular human dimension implementation meeting, even if consensus could not be reached again this year. This makes it all the more important to reaffirm our support for the human dimension and to critically review how we implement our commitments. We particularly welcome the open engagement with civil society. The presence of so many NGO representatives reminds us that this dialogue is at the heart of the OSCE. Ladies and gentlemen, 50 years ago, the Helsinki Final Act recognized that respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms is inseparable from peace and security. We heard it very much this morning. This principle remains as relevant today as in 1975. Yet, we also witness troubling trends: democratic backsliding, shrinking civic space, and restrictive laws that silence independent voices. Many of you here experience these challenges directly. Switzerland calls on all participating states to live up to the commitments made in Helsinki. They are not abstract ideals, but the foundation of our security. An active civil society and respect for fundamental freedoms are the cornerstone of any democratic and peaceful order. Ladies and gentlemen, these core principles and commitments of the OSCE are violated every day by Russia's war against Ukraine. For more than 3.5 years, the people of Ukraine have suffered destruction and loss. Switzerland reiterates its call on all parties to strictly comply with international humanitarian law and human rights. Accountability for violations of international law, together with a victim-centered approach to justice, is essential for a just and lasting peace. Switzerland therefore supports criminal and transitional justice measures to investigate and document violations and to prosecute international crimes committed in the context of the conflict. In this regard, we underline the crucial role played by the International Criminal Court alongside documentation efforts such as the recent Moscow mechanism and the work of the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission. Ladies and gentlemen, despite today's difficulties, the OSCE remains an indispensable platform for inclusive dialogue. As our Foreign Minister, Federal Councillor Ignacio Cassis, recently underlined at the Permanent Council in Vienna, it brings together North America, Europe, and Central Asia to address common security concerns and takes concrete action on the ground through its field missions and independent institutions, notably ODIHR, the High Commissioner on National Minorities, and the Representative on Freedom of the Media. As incoming chair, Switzerland will take up a special responsibility to strengthen the OSCE's ability to act across all three dimensions. Promoting human rights, reinforcing democratic institutions, and upholding the rule of law have always been key pillars of Switzerland's foreign policy and will be also top priorities during our chairmanship. Building on our expertise and long-standing commitment, and in line with our guidelines on democracy and human rights diplomacy, we will continue to protect human rights defenders, safeguard freedom of expression and the media, prevent torture, and defend the rights of national minorities. To build democratic resilience, we will support transparent, inclusive, and effective legislative processes and ensure judicial independence. Switzerland will also promote governance centered on human needs to tackle the challenges and opportunities of new technologies, shaping a forward-looking agenda that strengthens our shared commitments and equips the OSCE to respond to a rapidly changing world. We will foster closer cooperation with other international organizations to promote dialogue, knowledge sharing, and an effective multilateralism. In addition to the mandated meetings in the human dimension, Switzerland will begin its chairpersonship by hosting a conference on combating anti-Semitism, setting the tone for our commitment to human rights and inclusion. As chair, our ambition is not only to protect what has been achieved, but also to renew confidence in the OSCE. In a time of deepening divides, we want to build bridges, give space to civil society, and foster hope that security and human rights can advance together. To learn more about our focus areas, we warmly invite you to a civil society lunch briefing this Wednesday at 1 p.m. in the CSO lounge here at the Sofitel. So we are very happy to welcome you there and give you more information. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by stressing once again, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law are not optional. They are the pillars of peace, security, and stability in Europe. This conference is therefore vital to measure ourselves against the standards we set 50 years ago. We look forward to constructive exchanges in the days ahead. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of European Union, followed by Ukraine. With this, Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you. Albania, Andorra, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Liechtenstein, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Norway, Republic of Moldova, San Marino, and Ukraine aligned themselves with this statement. The EU thanks the Finnish chairpersonship and ODIHR for the excellent organization of the Warsaw Human Dimension Conference. Consensus on the annual mandated HDM was again hindered by Russia and Belarus. Therefore, we deeply appreciate this opportunity to engage with civil society representatives, many of whom took great risks to speak with us. We recall the centrality of ODIHR's work and mandate in shaping responses to today's challenges. For over 30 years, ODIHR has played a fundamental role in preserving and strengthening democratic standards and institutions and promoting respect for human rights. We will continue to firmly support ODIHR's activities, autonomy, and mandate for the promotion of democracy, the rule of law, and human rights in the OSCE area. We also welcome the presence of OSCE Secretary General, the representative for freedom of media, and the High Commissioner on National Minorities, along with ODIHR Director at this opening session. It is our shared responsibility to preserve the strong mandates of the autonomous institutions and field missions, guarantee their effective functioning, and adequate budgets. We value their crucial work in supporting participating states implement OSCE commitments. We also use this occasion to yet again call on the Russian Federation to cease, without delay, its war of aggression against Ukraine and to abide by the obligations enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. We call Russia to end all provocations and threats against its neighbors' sovereignty and territorial integrity. The international community must stand firm in demanding adherence to the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and peaceful settlement of disputes. We advocate for the organization's continued engagement in and support to Ukraine in addressing the consequences of Russia's war of aggression. In this regard, we call for accountability for all international crimes and human rights violations and abuses. Thus, OSCE, through their Human Rights Monitoring Initiative and Human Dimension mechanisms, can bring its contribution. We also thank ODIHR for providing technical and administrative assistance to the expert mission under the recently invoked Moscow mechanism to establish the facts related to the treatment of the Ukrainian prisoners of war. It is with deep regret that we note a shrinking space for civil society across a number of OSCE states, where legislation and policies are increasingly obstructing the work of civil society organizations and human rights defenders. Our fundamental principles and OSCE commitments continue to be violated on a daily basis. We regret respect for human rights and reiterate respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms is crucial to advancing the OSCE's concept of comprehensive security. We reiterate the vital role civil society organizations and human rights defenders play in ensuring accountability and sustaining vibrant democracies. The EU remains deeply concerned about the human rights situation in Belarus. While we welcome the recent releases of political prisoners in Belarus with the engagement of our American partners, there are still at least 1,182 political prisoners unjustly detained. We reiterate our calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining political prisoners in Belarus, for their effective rehabilitation and for an end to further repression against all segments of Belarusian society. Notwithstanding the EU's ongoing commitment to Georgia's security, we are concerned regarding the worsening political and human rights situation in the country. The EU reiterates its readiness to support the Georgian people's European aspirations and country's path towards accession, should the Georgian authorities reverse their present course of action. We look forward to constructively engaging in the discussions as well as to the record number of side events. We reaffirm that the EU will continue to call on all participating states, including within the EU, to live up to their international human rights obligations and OSCE commitments, as well as to speak up against the shrinking space and reprisals against civil society. Thank you.
I thank you. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Ukraine, followed by Italy. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, dear colleagues, over the past year, the human cost of Russia's war against Ukraine has reached appalling level. We have documented repeated cases of summary execution, torture, and other inhuman treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war, all in deliberate violation of the Geneva Conventions. Recent investigative reports leave no doubt that Russia has engaged on widespread and systematic violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law in its treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war, including arbitrary killing, torture, and ill treatment, violations that may constitute war crimes and crimes against humanity. Eyewitness accounts prove that surrendered Ukrainian soldiers has been executed on the battlefield or in captivity, often immediately after giving up arms. Survivors describe horrific tortures, beating with stun guns, mock execution, and injuries intended to extract false confession, punish resistance, and instill terror. Incommunicado detention, unsanitary and uncrowded cell denial of medical care, and forced labor are routine. This practice are part of deliberate policy tolerated and directed by Moscow's authorities. Civilians and in a temporary occupied territories of Ukraine suffer equally brutal repression. Russian forces and occupation authorities have carried out thousands of arbitrary arrests and enforced disappearances of Ukrainian civilians, including journalists, lawyers, and humanitarian workers. Interrogation under torture are common. The OSCE report on arbitrary detention makes clear that Ukrainian civilians have been subject of torture and other cruel, inhuman treatment or punishment, with a widespread and systematic use of torture by the Russian authorities against them. Reports on extrajudicial killings are spreading. These crimes violate all Russia's obligations under international law, and those responsible must be held accountable. Among the most horrific violations are the illegal abduction and re-education of Ukrainian children. Russia has forcibly deported and transferred tens of thousands of minors in Russia or Russian-controlled areas in direct violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention and child protection norms. Independent study documented over 210 sites where these children are detained and indoctrinated. These acts, abduction, forcible transfer, indoctrination, are deliberate crimes of aggression against Ukraine's future. We cannot rest until our children are returned home. In July 2025, 41 OSCE states invoked the Moscow mechanism to investigate the treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war. The result OSCE report proved Russia's mistreatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war is systematic and likely criminal. Also, a Moscow mechanism mission on civilians convened in early 2024 documented mass arbitrary detention and torture of Ukrainians. We honor the experts and NGOs whose investigation has exposed Russia's crimes. Their work is a light of truth. Colleagues, Ukraine wishes to express its deep gratitude to those OSCE participating states and institutions that have stood with us. We thank colleagues who have constantly raised this issue at the OSCE. We applaud and thank the OSCE ODIHR for its timely reports and experts' missions. We highly appreciate the work of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly for paying attention to the abducted Ukrainian children. We're grateful to the High Commissioner of National Minorities for highlighting how Russia's policy targeted the very identity of Ukrainians, and to the representative of freedom of the media for exposing how Russia propaganda dehumanizes us. Your work helps us build the case for justice. Colleagues, we, the people of Ukraine, continue to fight for our survival, freedom, and dignity. But we do not fight alone. The OSCE purpose is to defend exactly the values Russia now violates: democracy, human rights, rule of law. This year, we have witnesses an extraordinary solidarity in statements, sanctions, aid, and investigation. We urge the conference to keep the flame of accountability alive. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
I thank you. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Italy, followed by Ireland. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Italy aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and would like to add a few remarks in its national capacity. First, Italy commends the efforts of the Finnish chairpersonship in close cooperation with ODIHR for convening this conference, despite the persistent obstruction by the Russian Federation, which has once again blocked the mandated decision to organize the Human Dimension implementation meetings. Second, I reiterate Italy's full support to ODIHR Director Marietta Lelian, who since taking office last December has combined outstanding expertise with political wisdom in steering ODIHR's work in full respect of its mandate. Let me in particular stress Italy's support to ODIHR's mandate on election monitoring and its methodology, which takes into account the entire electoral process before, during, and after elections. This methodology is internationally recognized as the gold standard, grounded in independence, impartiality, and professionalism. We express concern that in several recent cases, ODIHR has not been able to carry out its mandate. Let us recall that all OSCE participating states have committed to invite election observers from fellow participating states and have tasked ODIHR with a role in election monitoring. The accreditation of ODIHR observers is an integral element of this commitment and must be respected. Chair, Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine continues to cause immense human suffering and destruction. Italy stands firmly by Ukraine and supports all initiatives aimed at ensuring accountability for atrocities and grave violations of international humanitarian law and human rights. In this regard, the 5 Moscow Mechanism reports and ODIHR's continuous monitoring activities remain indispensable tools. This year, Italy has presented its candidature to the Human Rights Council for the term 2026-2028. The promotion and protection of human rights remain a central pillar of Italy's foreign policy, guided by the principle of universality, objectivity, and non-selectivity. We will continue to advance a constructive and inclusive approach to human rights, fostering ownership by local actors and cooperation with civil society organizations. In conclusion, allow me to reiterate Italy's unwavering support to ODIHR and all other autonomous institutions. At a time marked by the resurgence of power politics and unprecedented hybrid threats, ODIHR's work is essential to uphold our common human dimension commitments and to shed light on recurring challenges to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Italy will remain committed to supporting ODIHR in carrying out this vital mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Ireland. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Ireland fully aligns with the statement delivered by the European Union, and I would like to make the following remarks in a national capacity. I join others in thanking the Finnish Chair and ODIHR for organising this conference. I also thank our keynote speakers, as well as Poland, for hosting us. Bringing participating states, civil society, and human rights defenders together is vital at a time when human rights and fundamental freedoms are coming under increasing attack. We also join others in regretting that it was once again not possible to organise a mandated human dimension implementation meeting. Mandated meetings should take place as laid out in prior OSCE decisions without exception. Chair, Ireland expresses its full support for ODIHR, the representative of the freedom of the media and the High Commissioner for National Minorities. Their work is crucial to the preservation of democracy and security across our region, as is the provision of proper and appropriate financing in order to deliver their mandate. Ireland also expresses its deep appreciation and gratitude to all representatives of civil society and human rights defenders who have travelled to Warsaw to meet with us in record numbers and who continue to hold us to account. We know that this often can come at great risk to your personal safety. Thank you for your tireless dedication to advocating for and supporting the implementation of our commitments. We need your voices, we need your activism. Chair, no single OSCE participating state can claim a perfect human rights record. All participating states can benefit from the significant expertise represented in this room by both OSCE institutions and civil society. Striving to meet our commitments should be a collective ambition, as we know that there is a link between domestic oppression and external aggression. Preventing democratic backsliding and promoting vibrant civil society is therefore essential to maintaining safety and stability. The protection and promotion of universal human rights has always been a core priority in Ireland's foreign policy. Our commitment to a values-led foreign policy with respect for human rights as its centre has led us to seek election to the Human Rights Council for the 2027-2029 term, where we will continue to promote and protect the vital role of civil society and human rights defenders around the world. Chair, this year we have been marking the 50th anniversary of the signing of the Helsinki Final Act. This was a moment of hope and promise, signalling a new era for human rights in Europe. And indeed, we have seen huge change and progress across our region since then. But we also meet now at a moment of great challenge. Russia continues to escalate its unprovoked and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. Russia's violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law deserve universal condemnation. They are in breach of the UN Charter and in breach of the Helsinki Principles. We again call on Russia to end its brutal aggression. We condemn the forcible transfer and deportation of Ukrainian children by Russia, which may amount to a war crime, and call for the return of these children to their families and communities. We also call again for the immediate release of all those arbitrarily detained by Russia, including the 3 OSCE SMM staff members, Vadim Golda, Maxim Petro, and Dmitry Shabanov. Chair, the constant and accelerating pushback on human rights norms in recent years is deeply concerning. Now more than ever, we need to stand up and speak out for these values, to maintain the spirit of hope that we know can drive change and improve lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, congratulations to the Director, Representative and High Commissioner on the work they've done in the first few months in office. Please rest assured of the UK's continued support for and commitment to the success of the OSCE, including the autonomous institutions. Since we're here in Warsaw, allow me to extend particular thanks for ODIHR's support and assistance to participating states in the last 12 months. And finally, thank you to the Chair in Office and Poland, our hosts, for their efforts and perseverance in arranging this conference. By holding states to account for implementation of our shared commitments on human rights and democratic institutions, these conferences sit at the centre of the human dimension and the OSCE's concept of comprehensive security. The UK condemns Russia's decision to block the mandated human dimension implementation meeting again this year. This is a further pointless attempt to undermine scrutiny of Russia's record by its fellow OSCE countries, civil society, and the wider international community, as mandated by ministers. For the UK, the Warsaw Human Dimension Conference symbolises our shared commitment to respect human rights and fundamental freedoms. Last week's horrific and abhorrent attack on a synagogue in Manchester was a tragic reminder that we should never take human rights or fundamental freedoms for granted. Those values are as relevant and vital as ever and need constant defence. At the forefront of our minds during this conference are the ongoing atrocities being committed by Russia in Ukraine. ODIHR's 7th interim report showed stark evidence of ongoing grave violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law by Russia. That pattern of widespread and systematic violations has also been demonstrated in the independent and expert Moscow mechanism reports published in 2022, 23, 24, and earlier this autumn. In this 50th anniversary year, I can only reiterate that the United Kingdom stands by the Decalogue and the OSCE principles and commitments developed since 1975. We will therefore continue to call on Russia, Belarus, and other OSCE participating states to cease repression, release political prisoners, and to safeguard space for independent media and civil society. Finally, I wish to pay tribute to human rights defenders and other brave members of civil society, many of whom operate in increasingly oppressive environments. The perspective of civil society is vital in building an understanding of the human rights situation at grassroots level. So we are pleased to see so many civil society representatives are joining this conference. You represent the spirit of Helsinki, and we continue to support you and amplify your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of the Netherlands. The floor is yours.
The Netherlands fully aligns itself with the statement by the European Union, and allow me to mention the following in my national capacity. I'd like to join other speakers expressing the Netherlands' appreciation for the excellent work of Finland as chair in office and ODIHR for the organization of the conference. In a time where dialogue, civil society participation and freedom of expression in the OSCE region are not to be taken for granted, we thank you for your hard work in gathering us here. My delegation stands ready to help make this conference a success. Chair, for over 11 years, the people of Ukraine have endured intense repression and persecution under Russian occupation. Since the large-scale invasion, the entire country has been under attack, with civilians and critical infrastructure systematically targeted. Russia continues its relentless efforts to break the spirit of Ukraine, to dominate its people and to shape its future. The Netherlands is shocked by the legion of stories of human suffering emerging from the occupied territories. In particular, we deplore the unlawful killings of prisoners of war, arbitrary detention of civilians, widespread torture, including sexual and gender-based violence, and the militarization and indoctrination of children. The Netherlands is the co-lead on point 7 of President Zelensky's peace formula about restoring justice. And our priorities in the field of accountability are restoring justice, stopping Russian impunity, and compensation for the damages. We furthermore express our deep concern about Russia's continuing systematic crackdown on civil society, especially on human rights defenders, lawyers, independent media, opposition, LGBTI persons and citizens with dissenting voices. We reiterate our call for the immediate and unconditional release of all those arbitrarily detained, including the more than 1,700 people that have been detained on political grounds. The Netherlands equally strongly condemns the ongoing political repression in Belarus and expresses deep concern over the continued detention and mistreatment of political prisoners. Despite recent releases, many remain unjustly imprisoned under harsh conditions, deprived of basic rights such as contact with lawyers and family and access to healthcare. We call once again for the immediate and unconditional release of all political prisoners, an end to intimidation and persecution of civil society, and respect for fundamental human rights in Belarus. These words show exactly why we have to speak up and speak out for those who are silenced and who cannot speak up for themselves. Worldwide, journalists and media workers increasingly work in difficult circumstances. They're often intimidated or threatened. When media workers and journalists are deliberately targeted, societies as a whole pay a price. The cycles of impunity for violence against journalists is growing, and we must find ways to take more effective measures to close this impunity gap. Free press and safety of journalists is essential for the right to freedom of opinion and expression, which includes the freedom to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds through any medium of choice. Disinformation campaigns from Russia are detrimental to the Russian population, but also have a polarizing and destabilizing effect in Europe and beyond. Journalists are the antidote. Europe cannot face the effects of disinformation without free and independent media, investigating, reporting, and speaking truth to power. They must be protected. Chair, as we have stated here before, no country is perfect, also not my own country, where we continue to face challenges of safeguarding non-discrimination, tolerance, safety of journalists, and violence against women. But in order to address these challenges, it's important to remain frank and transparent and to have an open and constructive dialogue between participating states and civil society. And that is why it's so important that we're all here, and we look forward to the upcoming discussions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Canada. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you. And in the spirit of knowing that you have so many speakers, this is going to be the short version. We'll distribute the longer version. Mr. Chair, Excellencies, civil society representatives, I will begin by thanking Finland for convening this meeting, Poland for hosting us, and Director Maria Telanyan and the ODIHR team for organizing our work. I also thank all civil society representatives participating. Your presence is important and valuable. In the 3.5 years since its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Russia has demonstrated a complete and utter disregard for the UN Charter, for its OSCE commitments, and for international humanitarian law and human rights law, as has been extensively documented by civil society, by ODIHR, by multiple Moscow mechanisms rapporteur, by the UN OHCHR, and by the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry. Russia has waged its war not only on the front line, but against the civilian population of Ukraine. Achieving a just and sustainable peace in Ukraine will require the safe return of unlawfully deported and forcibly transferred Ukrainian children, the unconditional release of arbitrarily detained Ukrainian civilians, including our OSCE colleagues Vadim Golda, Maxim Petrov, and Dmytro Chabanov, and the release of Ukrainian POWs in accordance with international humanitarian law. As co-chair of the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children and the Kyiv-based working group on the release for all prisoners and deported persons, Canada will continue to work with Ukraine, other states, international organizations, and civil society partners to achieve these objectives. Mr. Chair, we face unprecedented threats to our security and prosperity. Unilateralism and protectionism weaken multilateral institutions and the rule of law. Malign foreign interference, malicious cyber activity, and disinformation campaigns have been used to undermine democratic institutions and electoral processes. And in too many places, human rights have been curtailed or denied outright. In these challenging times, it is essential that we remember that our human dimension commitments are not an afterthought. They are integral to peace, security, and prosperity. This is particularly true in regard to civil society, which is essential in holding governments accountable to our people. It is vital that open and inclusive civic space is promoted and protected online and offline, and that human rights defenders can carry out their work safely. The systemic harassment and persecution of human rights defenders, opposition politicians, independent journalists, and others in Belarus and Russia, as well as other participating states, is deeply alarming and must end. Mr. Chair, the Human Dimension implementation meetings were established to help all of us meet our commitments. While HDM has been blocked, the Warsaw Human Dimension Conference is a welcome substitute. You can be assured of Canada's support and engagement throughout this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for delivering a shortened version of your statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Montenegro. Sir, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairperson, Excellencies, distinguished civil society representatives.
Montenegro has aligned with the statement delivered by the delegation of European Union. In addition, let me add a few remarks in my national capacity. At the outset, let me thank to the chairpersonship of Finland, the order and the host country Poland for organizing Warsaw Human Dimension Conference. Not having the consensus for the mandated Human Dimension Implementation meeting, which is the European largest human rights forum, is deeply regrettable. Nevertheless, owing to our host's dedication, we are enabled to preserve this unique platform for comprehensive dialogue, exchange of views, and genuine engagement with civil society and human rights defenders across the OSCE region. Their work is commendable and stands as one of the prerequisites for ensuring full respect for human rights, democracy, and fostering citizens' participation. However, in this dire time, when Russian aggression war against Ukraine continues to rage, we have been witnessing the blunt violation of human rights, restrictions to fundamental freedoms, shrinking space for civil societies, and silencing the independent and critical voices. Russian recent action, including violation of airspace of the participating states, pose a serious escalation and threat to continent security. Montenegro joins the participating states which invoked Moscow mechanism to shed light on the violations of the human rights and international humanitarian law by Russia in Ukraine, but also to investigate the increasing repression of human rights and freedom in the Russian Federation itself. The last Moscow mechanism report, which was presented 2 weeks ago, yet once again documented systematic abuses and violation of international humanitarian and human rights law, including arbitrary executions and widespread and systematic torture and ill treatment of civilians and prisoners of war. We reiterate our call for accountability for violation of human rights. War crimes and crimes against humanity must be duly and truly investigated and those responsible held to account. Montenegro welcomes the progress in establishing a special tribunal for the crimes of aggression against Ukraine and claims Commission for Ukraine within the framework of Council of Europe as critical steps towards ensuring justice and accountability. Mr. Chair, Montenegro is strongly committed to promoting the high standards of the respect for the rule of law, human rights, and fundamental freedoms. And in this context, the promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls are among the central pillars of the government of Montenegro's human rights policy. Over the last 3 decades, Montenegro has succeeded to set up a legislative and strategic framework for gender equality and to significantly improve its institutional network at all levels. Despite the progress, serious challenges do remain. In particular, when it comes to the effectiveness of institutional capacities and their efficiency in fighting discrimination, harassment, and hate speech and addressing gender-based violence. This year, we marked 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, 25th anniversary of UN Resolution 3025, and more than 20 years since the OSCE Action Plan for Promotion and Gender Equality. These anniversaries are opportunity for all of us to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to women empowerment and gender equality, but also to insist on consistent institutional commitment, political will, and further efforts to foster wide society understanding. This was one of the key messages from the high-level regional conference organized in September 24th by the Ministry of Defense of Montenegro to celebrate the 25th anniversary of UNSCR 1325. As a society can only achieve its goals, including security, stability, and lasting peace, when both women and men are able to achieve their full human potential. In times when not only multilateralism is challenged, but humanity itself is tested, we need space to communicate and platforms as a common ground. That is why we are looking forward to discussion and meaningful engagement with civil society representatives in the coming weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Denmark. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Denmark fully aligns with the statement made by the European Union, but please allow me to add the following in my national capacity. Let me begin by thanking the Finnish chairpersonship and ODIHR for organizing the 4th Warsaw Human Dimension Conference, thereby acting to help safeguard the OSCE's third dimension and uphold the meaningful engagement with civil society at a time when its work is perhaps more vital than ever before, yet increasingly constrained by shrinking civic space and reduced funding. Further, I want to reiterate our strong support for ODIHR and the other autonomous institutions in carrying out their crucial mandates. Mr. Chair, 50 years on from the signing of the Helsinki Final Act that enshrined human rights and fundamental freedoms as a cornerstone of security in our region, we are deeply concerned by the ongoing breaches of these principles by a number of participating states. Russia's illegal war of aggression in Ukraine, with its devastating human rights and humanitarian impact, together with the systematic repression of human rights in Belarus, stand out as stark violations of the Helsinki commitments. Other troubling developments, including the continued democratic backsliding in Georgia, characterized by acts of intimidation, threats, and assaults against civil society, independent media, and the opposition, add to this picture and remind us of our shared responsibility to uphold OSCE commitments on human rights and democracy. In this context, civil society plays an indispensable role, holding governments to account, amplifying the voices of the silenced, and keeping the spirit of Helsinki alive. We honor their courage and reaffirm our support for their vital contribution to a just and secure OSCE region. Finally, I want to end my statement today by once again drawing attention to the 3 SMM staff members, Dmitry Shabanov, Maxim Petrov, and Vadim Holder, unlawfully detained by Russia. We condemn their detention and subsequent sentencing and call for their immediate and unconditional release. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Norway. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Norway too aligns with the statement of the EU, but allow me, however, a few and shortened in the interest of time remarks in my national capacity. First, I would like to thank OG and the Chair in Office, as well as our host, Poland, for the organization of this conference. While we regret that consensus of the Human Dimension Implementation meeting has once again been blocked by Belarus and Russia, this remains a unique platform for dialogue with civil society representatives, many of whom took great risks to speak to us. Second, Mr. Chair, Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine continues to cause immense human suffering and remains a serious threat to European security and the international rules-based order. We support all efforts to ensure full accountability for Russia's violations in Ukraine. And we recognize all those who at great risk and in defending our shared values contribute to documenting Russia's violations. We also call for the immediate release of our 3 unlawfully detained OSCE colleagues, Vadim Golda, Maxim Petrov, and Dmitry Shabanov. Third, the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act reminds us of the enduring relevance of the OSCE's commitments to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Norway strongly believes that civil society is essential to safeguarding democratic values and fundamental rights, as well as resilience and comprehensive security. The tireless efforts of civil society actors, journalists, activists, many of whom are present here in Warsaw, are not only courageous, but indispensable. Their participation in this conference ensures that the human dimension remains at the heart of the OSCE's work. And lastly, Mr. Chair, we remain committed to defending and promoting human rights, supporting Ukraine, and working with civil society and international partners to uphold the values enshrined in the Helsinki Final Act. This conference represents a unique opportunity to strengthen the resilience of our societies and our democracies. I trust we will seize it. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement and also for the shortened version. And as a reminder to everyone that if you opt for a shortened version of the statement, you may always circulate the full version in writing afterwards. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of France. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, colleagues, distinguished civil society organizations,
France fully aligns herself with the EU statement, but let me make a few remarks in my national capacity. First of all, I want to thank the Finnish chairpersonship for making this conference possible, despite the well-known political sabotage by two particular participating states and the financial constraints. France is grateful to the host country, Poland, and ODIHR for their devoted engagement in organizing this unique conference and gathering of states' delegations and their representatives from 57 participating states. The unprovoked and unjustifiable Russian aggression against Ukraine has caused destruction and immense human suffering, especially in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, among civilians, detained, and prisoners of war. We remain engaged to seek accountability for those responsible for grave violations of international human rights, including tools such as the Vienna and Moscow mechanism, such as the one activated this year regarding the treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war. Its conclusions will be presented to you in one of the side events we are co-organizing. Our joint work with representatives of civil society helped us strive towards this goal. The death of the French journalist Anthony Lalican in Ukraine 3 days ago, despite clearly visible press identification, is a gruesome reminder of the risks encountered by journalists engaged in conducting their essential mission. The increasing number of participants to this year's conference is a living proof of how strong we all believe that human rights must be defended everywhere, at all times, regardless of the context. Many of you take huge risks and experience increased pressure from the authorities for your public engagement in defense of common ideals and rights. We are gathered here to listen to your testimonies and search ways and means to support your engagement. Looking forward to fruitful work. Thank you. We will distribute the lengthened version.
Thank you very much for your statements. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Latvia. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Latvia fully aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union, and allow me to add a few remarks in the national capacity. The Warsaw Human Dimension Conference remains a vital platform for us all, and we regret that Russia and Belarus blocked consensus on holding the regular Human Dimension implementation meeting. Safeguarding human rights and fundamental freedoms is a core dimension of the OSCE's comprehensive security. There can be no democracy without free elections, an active civil society, independent media, the safety of journalists, and the rule of law. And there can be no lasting security without democracy. To this end, OSCE autonomous institutions, ODIHR, RFOM, and the HCNM must be strengthened with the resources required to carry out their mandates effectively. The OSCE also possesses important tools, including the Moscow and Vienna mechanisms, to uphold the principles on which it was founded. Yet Russia's full-scale aggression against Ukraine, its war crimes, state propaganda, and repression at home are a direct assault on those very principles and on the UN Charter. Russia continues to flagrantly violate international human rights law and international humanitarian law, as documented in increasing detail, including in the latest Moscow Mechanism report on its treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war. We are deeply troubled by the grave human rights situation in Belarus. The authorities pursue systematic repression, silencing dissent, closing nearly 2,000 NGOs, misusing the justice system, and sustaining over 1,000 political prisoners. This cycle of intimidation, arrests, and temporary releases continues without end. Equally concerning is the democratic backsliding in Georgia. In November 2024, 38 participating states invoked the Vienna mechanism to express their alarm. As a friend of Georgia, we urge its government to ensure civil society can operate without restriction and engage fully and meaningfully in the policy-making process. Mr. Chair, we value the opportunity this conference provides to engage with civil society. Their courage in defending democracy, free media, and the rule of law, even under authoritarian regimes, is a source of inspiration to us all. Over the past 3 years, Latvia has offered safe refuge to journalists from Russia and Belarus, enabling them to continue their vital work in protecting freedom of expression and media pluralism. Truth must cross borders and be heard internationally, and we will do everything in our power to continue this support. We look forward to constructive exchanges in the coming 2 weeks, and I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your statements. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Armenia. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and Armenia too appreciates the convening of Warsaw Human Dimension Conference. It is through open, candid dialogue that we renew and strive to strengthen our commitment to the principles that define the OSCE and broader European security framework. Mr. Chairperson, the OSCE participating states have committed that human rights and fundamental freedoms are inalienable, and that their protection and promotion is our foremost responsibility. We have pledged that the inherent dignity of every individual lies at the core of comprehensive security. Yet, time and again, we witness how gross violations of fundamental freedoms undermine stability and threaten security, becoming precursors of violent disputes. Breaches of international human rights law and international humanitarian law during armed conflicts further aggravate insecurity and perpetuate violence, often in the environment of impunity. The security of each participating state is inseparably linked to that of all others. We therefore cannot turn a blind eye to human rights situations anywhere within the OSCE area, as these have direct implications for the security of us all. We have also collectively committed that the human dimension is a matter of direct and legitimate concern to all participating states. No state should be allowed to conceal violations of human rights behind the thick curtain of sovereignty. Much remains to be done by the OSCE to ensure the full implementation of these commitments. Yet, without their realization, tangible progress towards indivisible and comprehensive security can hardly be reached. Mr. Chairperson, in 2018, after the peaceful democratic Velvet Revolution, The Economist magazine named Armenia Country of the Year. We have made significant strides in advancing human rights since then. As just only one example, Armenia now ranks 34th in the World Press Freedom Index, an impressive improvement of 45 places since 2017. Today, Armenia holds a modest but firm place among the democratic nations. For us, democracy is a deliberate choice, a strategy, a political conviction, and a core element of our values and security. Mr. Chairperson, Armenia is concerned by the growing levels of intolerance and discrimination worldwide. Anti-Semitism and Islamophobia have no place in a modern democratic society. Likewise, greater attention is urgently needed to combat anti-Christian hate crimes, which are too often downplayed, underreported, or politically overlooked. Armenia welcomes the increased participation of civil society in OSCE events. At the same time, we firmly reject the abuse of these forums by fictitious NGOs that exploit the platform to disseminate biased, unfounded, and often dangerous narratives that fuel violence and ignite conflicts. This harmful practice must be carefully addressed and eliminated. The OSCE must remain exclusively a place for genuine dialogue and cooperation. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your statements. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Sweden. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sweden aligns with the EU statement and adds the following in a national capacity. We thank the Finnish chairpersonship and ODIHR for organizing this conference, as the decision on the mandated HDIM was hindered by Russia and Belarus. All states have recognized that democracy and human rights are legitimate concerns to all and do not belong exclusively to the internal affairs of the state concerned. We have committed to holding each other to account and appreciate this meeting as an important platform for that purpose. In particular, we cherish the opportunity to meet with civil society representatives and human rights defenders from across the region. We recognize that many of you participate at great personal risk. Mr. Chair, 3.5 years into Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Russia's relentless, deliberate attacks on civilians and civilian objects continue. Sweden condemns Russia's aggression in the strongest possible terms. We also condemn Belarus's support to Russia. The OSCE and its accountability tools, including through ODIHR, the Moscow and Vienna mechanisms, and its open approach to civil society are important contributions to accountability. We welcome the important steps taken towards setting up the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression and an International Claims Commission for Ukraine. In Russia, as highlighted by the UN Special Rapporteur, the human rights violations have become more systematic since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The widespread repression has continued to accelerate, with violent crackdown on civil society, independent media, and journalists, as well as increasing restrictions on the right to peaceful assembly, freedoms of association and expression, online and offline. The repression in Belarus continues unabated. We reiterate our call for the immediate and unconditional release and effective rehabilitation of all political prisoners in the country. We stand in solidarity with the Belarusian people who strive for a free, democratic, sovereign, and independent Belarus. In Georgia, we are seriously concerned about the authorities' continued and intensified crackdown on independent voices. Pressure against civil society has escalated. A growing number of opposition politicians, journalists, and peaceful protesters have been arrested and jailed. Sweden calls on Georgian authorities to uphold its OSCE commitments and take measures to restore trust in democratic institutions, including by implementing OSCE electoral recommendations and by immediately and unconditionally releasing those arbitrarily detained. We encourage all other participating states, and in light of recent human rights and media freedom indexes, particularly Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, to take steps to fully respect their OSCE commitments. In Serbia, we note continued democratic backsliding. Attacks and pressure against journalists, protesters, academia, and civil society are unacceptable. We urge Serbia to fully uphold its OSCE commitments. We also note with concern worrisome developments in other countries, including Turkey. In the context of democratic backsliding and shrinking space for civil society in many places, the work of the OSCE autonomous institutions is crucial, and they deserve our full support. As chair of the Human Dimension Committee of the OSCE this year, Sweden aims to promote our joint commitments, which remain as valid as ever 50 years after the signing of the Helsinki Final Act. We have been particularly inspired to hear testimonies and recommendations from civil society representatives at every committee meeting. In closing, we look forward to the upcoming 2 weeks and encourage all participating states to engage openly and constructively. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your statements. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It will be a shortened version of my statement. Mr. Chair, while we have fully subscribed to the statement delivered on behalf of the European Union, allow me to add a few remarks in my national capacity. Let me begin by expressing our deep gratitude to OSCE Finnish chairpersonship and ODIHR for organizing the annual Human Dimension Conference. Across the OSCE region, and particularly in the context of ongoing armed conflicts, we continue to witness massive and systematic violation of human rights and international humanitarian law. As a country that has itself suffered the horrors of the war, we deeply sympathize with the suffering of the people of Ukraine and sincerely hope that peace will soon prevail. In the face of these challenges, the role of the OSCE independent institution is more important than ever. We highly value the work of the ODIHR, which has been of great importance for my country, as well as the effort of the representative of freedom of media in defending one of the core pillars of democratic societies. Free, independent and pluralistic media is the lifeblood of democracy. Without them, there can be no accountability, no informed citizen, and no protection of human rights. Journalists must be able to work without fear of censorship, harassment, or violence. Yet, we are witnessing increasing restriction, intimidation of journalists and manipulation of information across the OSCE region. We must be clear, media freedom is not a privilege, it's a right, and it is an obligation under our OSCE commitment. Equally, we must acknowledge the invaluable role of civil society and human rights defenders. They stand on the front lines of protecting the values we are claimed to share. Their courage and dedication are an inspiration to us all, but too often they pay a heavy price for their work. We must ensure that they are protected and that they have the space and opportunity to continue their essential efforts. Silencing them weakens all of us. Mr. Chair, our security and our prosperity are inseparable from our respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. If we abandon them principle, we endanger not only our values, but also our shared future. My country remains firmly committed to working with OSCE, its institutions, civil society, and the media to safeguard these principles, and to strengthen the human dimension of our common security. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Germany. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Germany fully aligns with the statement delivered by the European Union. Please allow me to add a few remarks in my national capacity. Like other speakers before me, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Finnish Chair for convening this conference. We thank the whole team of the Chair as well as ODIHR and its staff for their tireless efforts and excellent preparation of this event. We're grateful to Poland, our neighbor and close friend, for generously hosting this flagship event of the OSCE. Even though it is regrettable that once again it was not possible to reach consensus on the annual mandated Human Dimension implementation meeting due to Russia's obstruction, we welcome the fact that this conference is nevertheless taking place as a chairpersonship event at its traditional venue, Warsaw. For Germany, the third dimension and human rights issues are at the core of comprehensive security and cooperation in the OSCE region. We are convinced that there can be no freedom and no security without the respect for human rights and democratic institutions. This is why Germany pays particular attention to political as well as material support to ODIHR and the other autonomous institutions, including this WHDC. The large number of participants here in Warsaw from all over the OSCE region is once again proof that this conference remains an important platform for an open exchange between civil society organizations and representatives of participating states' authorities. This is all the more true as human rights and fundamental freedoms are increasingly under threat. Above all, for more than 3.5 years, Russia has been escalating an unprovoked, unjustifiable, and illegal war of aggression against its peaceful neighbor Ukraine, violating blatantly and systematically international law, as well as international commitments and obligations. By documenting Russia's massive and totally unacceptable violations of human rights and international humanitarian law in Ukraine, as in the 5th expert report under the Moscow mechanism, as well as the 7th ODIHR interim report, monitoring report in Ukraine, the OSCE and especially ODIHR contribute importantly to holding Russia to account. But Russia's continued aggression is not only directed against Ukraine and its people. Human rights inside Russia have been continuously violated for years. Moreover, with its dangerous and escalating behavior, Russia poses a serious threat to regional security as well as to world peace and international stability. Sadly, human rights are seriously challenged also in other parts of the OSCE region. We view with great concern the grave humanitarian violations in Belarus, where, in spite of a few welcome releases, still almost 1,200 political activists remain in prison. In Georgia, an EU candidate country, violent repression against the opposition and civil society is increasing. In addition, democracy, media, and press freedom are under pressure in many more places, as has been noted by the OSCE representative on freedom of the media. Under its comprehensive security mandate, the OSCE's third dimension has an integral role to play in securing freedom and prosperity in the region and in holding participating states accountable to the OSCE principles that they committed to. I'm looking forward to lively debates and thought-provoking discussions during the coming days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Liechtenstein. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Liechtenstein has aligned itself with the statement of the EU and would like to add the following. In the year of the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act, we must acknowledge that human rights and fundamental freedoms across the OSCE region are under increasing pressure. In this context, the multi-stakeholder dialogue on our human dimension commitments is more important than ever. A key strength of the OSCE lies in its comprehensive concept of security, which includes a balanced approach across all dimensions, with a strong emphasis on implementing commitments in the human dimension: democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Civil society engagement and dialogue are essential in this regard. The OSCE and its autonomous institutions offer valuable tools, including this conference, to support these efforts. They deserve our full political and financial backing. Liechtenstein remains committed to supporting ODIHR and other relevant OSCE mechanisms. In the face of persistent violations of human rights and international law, accountability is more critical than ever. Holding perpetrators responsible is not only a legal and moral imperative, it is essential for lasting peace and justice. OSCE mechanisms play a vital role in this respect. It is clearly demonstrated by the reports produced under the Moscow mechanism related to Russia's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine. The important findings of the latest report on the treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war by the Russian Federation sadly add to the growing list of violations of international humanitarian law. Mr. Chair, we continue prioritizing the fight against human trafficking. The Finance Against Slavery and Trafficking, FAST initiative, focuses on the strengthening of financial sector resilience to detect and disrupt trafficking networks globally. Through the recent partnership with UNDP, FAST is expanding its global outreach. Together, we must make trafficking financially unviable and advance justice for victims. In this regard, Liechtenstein underscores the important work of the OSCE and its special representative and coordinator for combating trafficking in human beings, also at the project level. Mr. Chair, this conference should send a clear message of unity in reaffirming our shared commitments under the Helsinki principles, particularly in the human dimension and especially this year. Dialogue with civil society is central in this regard. Achieving comprehensive security as envisaged in the Helsinki Final Act, requires the active cooperation of all relevant actors to implement our joint commitments effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Mongolia, Ambassador. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, distinguished delegates, 50 years ago, Helsinki Final Act recognized that human rights and fundamental freedoms are not only moral commitments, but also critical elements of regional security. Mongolia highly values OSCE activities in the third dimension, and its assistance expertise provided to participating states to strengthen democracy, promote and protect human rights, and uphold the rule of law. We recognize that these principles form the cornerstone of regional stability and sustainable development. Mongolia stands as one of the youngest democracies in Asia, having peacefully transitioned from a single-party system in 1990. Over the last 3 decades, we have consolidated free elections, active civil society, and protections for fundamental human rights, freedom of speech and press. We also recognize that the democracy is a process that should be continuously strengthened. Therefore, we attach importance to the role of ODIHR and autonomous institutions play in offering practical guidance, capacity building, and technical expertise, which greatly contribute to fostering democratic institutions, advancing electoral integrity, and ensuring that fundamental freedoms are respected in all participating states. I would like to extend my thanks to the representative on freedom of the media for extending their support this year to review the revised draft law on freedom of media of Mongolia and providing us with a comprehensive joint opinion. We further appreciate the ODIHR for its efforts to review the law on political party this year. We remain committed to close cooperation with ODIHR and believe that its continued engagement is essential for enhancing trust, resilience, and democratic governance across the OSCE region. Mongolia's commitment to human rights is shown through our participation in over 50 human rights treaties. We have been continuously strengthening our national legal framework, mandating the Parliament to discuss the national report on human rights annually. Further notable steps include joining the additional protocol against torture, abolishing the death penalty, and establishing national mechanisms for preventing torture and protecting human rights defenders. Our national law on gender equality encompasses our commitments to empower women in politics and decision-making, and to prevent discrimination against women. We have set quotas of not less than 30% representation of both genders in 2024 parliamentary elections and 40% in 2028 elections. The 2024 elections resulted in 32 women parliamentarians, making the share of women 25.6% higher than the Asia region average of 21.2%. Mongolia has consistently engaged with the human rights treaty bodies and special procedures of the United Nations Human Rights Council, giving full consideration to the observations and recommendations. Since extending standing invitation in 2004, we have hosted 13 mandate holders, most recently the special rapporteurs on the independence of judges, lawyers, and on the right to privacy. This reflects our continued commitment to transparency, accountability, and constructive cooperation with the UN Human Rights Mechanism. To conclude, Mr. Chair, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Chair for its efforts during this challenging time in the regional security, as well as Poland for hosting this conference at the heart of the OSCE's human rights work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan, Ambassador. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank the Finnish chairmanship for convening this Human Dimension conference. This year's conference coincides with the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act. Its principles, particularly those related to respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of borders of states must remain the foundation of peace, security, and cooperation across the OSCE area. Azerbaijan sees the human dimension as inextricably linked to security, stability, and development within the OSCE concept of comprehensive security. A balanced and holistic approach between the three dimensions is a prerequisite for building common security space in the OSCE. Implementing our shared commitments in a comprehensive manner is essential to ensure full respect for human rights and rule of law, which are interlinked and mutually reinforcing. Respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms must be accorded on equal and non-discriminatory manner. We view the OSCE Human Dimension meetings as a useful platform for participating states and civil society to engage in constructive dialogue to review the implementation of the Human Dimension commitments in all participating states. Azerbaijan is ready to engage in constructive discussions on the implementation of Human Dimension commitments in all states. However, this dialogue can be effective only if carried out in non-politicized and results-oriented manner. A representative of civil society invited to this conference should follow the standards of respectful and professional dialogue, respect OSCE principles and commitments, especially those related to territorial integrity of states, and should refrain from derogatory language and insults, including when organizing side events to make the dialogue meaningful. Azerbaijan continues its efforts to achieve further progress in strengthening the legislative framework, media development, empowering women and youth, supporting persons with disabilities, and ensuring efficient public service delivery. In light of existing set of OSCE commitments, seeking durable solutions to the former IDP situations must be among the priorities of states. In a post-conflict period, after restoring territorial integrity, Azerbaijan continues reconstruction and rehabilitation efforts in its territories, which ensure safe and dignified return of the formerly displaced Azerbaijanis. We are ready to share our positive experience gained in this process. We are concerned with growing scale of hate speech and discriminatory narratives, as well as the rise of populism with xenophobic rhetoric, including Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and other forms of intolerance. Religiously motivated hate crimes targeting Muslims and Jews in participating states, including in Sweden, vandalism against Muslim graveyards, anti-Semitic graffiti on governmental buildings, and anti-Semitic harassment online are an ongoing concern. We call on ODIHR to investigate such cases. Such narratives, if left unchecked, can lead to serious tensions within and between states. Strict adherence to all OSCE principles and commitments, particularly those reflected in Copenhagen document of 1990 by all participating states, is a key for eradicating hatred and intolerance. Global trends affecting the media landscape should be considered in the broader discussions on how to support professional and responsible media ecosystems across the OSCE area. Particular importance should be given to the issue of safety of journalists, not only in armed conflicts, but also in post-conflict settings where they are often exposed to the dangers of landmines. Full adherence by participating states to the relevant OSCE commitments, particularly those reflected in the 2008 Milan Ministerial Council decision, is pertinent in this regard. Increasing level of mis- and disinformation and fake news in the OSCE region is alarming. These phenomena should be addressed not by restricting freedom of expression and access to information by shutting down social media, often under the pretext of dubious fight against disinformation, as in the case of some participating states, but through promoting media literacy. In this regard, we recall Brussels and Madrid Ministerial Council decisions that specifically call to ensure professionalism, accuracy, and adherence to ethical standards among journalists. Overall, the adherence of journalists to the rule of law is of critical importance at all times. In conclusion, our delegation is looking forward to engage in constructive dialogue and discussions in the days ahead. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you, and before I'll hand the floor to the next speaker, I would also remind you that in order to facilitate the work of the interpreters, you are more than welcome to share the text of your statement through the distribution, which is meeting.odir.pl. Of course, this concerns only future statements, so either today or tomorrow, please facilitate the work of the interpreters. And the next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Luxembourg, followed by Georgia. Madam, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished civil society representatives, Luxembourg fully aligns with the statement of the European Union. Please allow me to add some remarks in my national capacity. We would like to thank Finland and also our host Poland for providing this opportunity to meet with civil society and engage in an open and frank dialogue on human rights issues. A forum like this is essential at a time when our fundamental values, democracy, the rule of law and justice are increasingly under attack. It is heartening to see that so many representatives of civil society have managed to join us again, despite often very difficult circumstances. Chair, after more than 3 years of its brutal and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, Russia continues to breach international law daily. It is therefore unsurprising that Russia has no interest in conferences like this and continues to restrict civil spaces in order to avoid international scrutiny of its alarming human rights record. The widespread and systematic violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law have been widely documented by several international mechanisms, including the OSCE's Moscow mechanism and ODIHR. They are evidence of Russia's utter disregard for human life and for the rules and principles Russia committed itself to. Ensuring accountability for the crimes and large-scale human rights violations committed by Russia against Ukraine and its people was at the heart of Luxembourg's recent presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe and remains a top priority for us. All perpetrators must be held accountable. The establishment of a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine is a step in the right direction. I would like to reaffirm that Luxembourg remains totally engaged in this process to achieve full accountability for Ukraine. Chair, respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms is an integral part of the OSCE's comprehensive security concept. Yet, we are witnessing a rise in extremism and individualism across the OSCE region, leading to democratic backsliding, shrinking civic space, and the erosion of basic rights. People are persecuted and imprisoned simply for exercising their human rights. Trust in our democratic values is undermined by disinformation campaigns and hate speech. During its presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, Luxembourg focused on the need to protect key players representing and defending the rule of law and democracy, such as lawyers, ombudspersons, and journalists. It is essential that they can operate safely and hold the ones in power to account. Our democracies are only as strong as our ability to protect these actors and our civic spaces. Democratic elections are the foundation on which our democracies are built. In this regard, Luxembourg highly values ODIHR's work in the field of election observation and its election observation methodology. We regret that some participating states did not invite ODIHR to observe their elections in a timely manner. We are convinced that in a climate of heavy political polarization and eroding trust in democratic processes, the objective and independent monitoring by ODIHR remains particularly essential. Chair, let me conclude by assuring you that Luxembourg will remain steadfast in its commitments to defend and promote human rights and the international rules-based order. My delegation is looking forward to engage in open and productive dialogue with representatives of civil society during the next 2 weeks. Thank you, Chair.
I thank you. And the next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Georgia, followed by the Holy See. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished audience, I would like to express gratitude to the ODIHR and the chairpersonship for organizing this year's Warsaw Human Dimension Conference. This event remains a crucial platform for the open discussions between the government, civil society, and international organizations. Every year, it gives us an opportunity to highlight the challenges and pressing issues in the OSCE region, as well as sharing the best practices among participants. Unfortunately, OSCE ODIHR report of Georgian 2024 parliamentary elections became subject of attacks and speculations by certain political actors, both domestically and internationally. Nevertheless, Georgia highly values cooperation with the ODIHR, and we look forward to further strengthening this partnership. Accordingly, Georgian side extended invitation to ODIHR for the 4th of October municipal elections, which were conducted in a free, fair, and competitive environment in accordance with international standards and was monitored by around 8,000 observers. Let me also draw your attention to the fact that on the election day, acts of violence against constitutional order, including attack on presidential palace, took place. Such actions must be condemned. Having protected public order and public institutions at the highest standards, Georgian government contributes to further strengthening democracy, which is a shared commitment of all OSCE participating states. In the light of 50th anniversary of the adoption of the Helsinki Final Act, Georgia remains fully dedicated to upholding the commitments taken within the 3 dimensions of our organization. Country continues to undertake a wide range of reforms to ensure effective human rights protection as well as rapid economic progress as attested by various international ratings, including in areas such as open governance, fight against corruption, etc. Dear colleagues, let me use this opportunity to draw your attention to the alarming consequences of Russia's ongoing occupation of Georgia's integral Abkhazia and Tskhinvali regions. The security, humanitarian, and human rights situation remains increasingly dire, primarily affecting ordinary people. Great number of ethnic Georgians are the victim of Russia's blatant violations of the fundamental principles of international law. Unfortunately, the perpetrators have not been brought to justice. Moreover, we have seen steps towards de facto annexation of Georgia's occupied regions through incorporating them into Russia's political, military, judiciary, economic, social, and other spheres. The access of international human rights mechanisms to these regions is continuously denied by Russian Federation. In this regard, traditional visit of OSCE chairmanship in office to Georgia, and in particular to the occupation line, is an essential tool to better assess the situation on the ground. Here, let me also underline the importance of the active engagement of the OSCE in the Geneva international discussions. Here is, let me invite you tomorrow at 6:30 to the side event on security, environment, and human rights violations on Russian-occupied territories of Georgia. Realizing this and taking into consideration our unwavering commitment towards peaceful resolution of Russia-Georgian conflict, we expect the international community to be united and vocal in making Russia to respect norms and principles of international law. Let me hereby reiterate Georgia's unwavering support to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. In closing, I would like to wish all participants open and result-oriented discussions. Thank you.
I thank you. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of the Holy See, followed by Albania. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, dear colleagues, the Holy See is pleased to take part in this 2025 Warsaw Human Dimension Conference and wishes to thank Poland, our host country, for its hospitality, as well as the Finnish chairmanship in office and the ODIHR for planning and organizing this conference. At the same time, my delegation wishes to express its regret that consensus was not reached on the relevant decisions pertaining to the Human Dimension implementation meeting. Perhaps we should take a moment to consider why consensus in the third basket so often proves so difficult to reach. Moreover, this status quo that has persisted for years reflects not only the general geopolitical situation, but also more substantial disagreements on the very understanding or interpretation of human rights and fundamental freedoms. The Holy See has often expressed its concern about the consequences of those approaches that tend to remove rights from their proper context, that restrict the range of their application, or that permit the meaning and interpretation of them to vary and their universality to be denied. Such approaches tend to create new categories of rights and rights holders, thereby undercutting the universality of human rights. To this end, it is important that the term human right be exactly and prudently applied so that it does not become an all-purpose formulation that is endlessly expanded to suit the passing whims of the age. Furthermore, the lack of such a shared understanding also has consequences for security and cooperation among states. This underlines the importance of considering a new approach. My delegation is convinced that it is necessary to unite around a common understanding of OSCE commitments in the third basket, as well as on the universal principles of human rights and fundamental freedoms that underpin the human dimension. If we want to achieve tangible results and progress, it is of the utmost importance to focus on the consensually agreed commitments of our organization, rather than on introducing concepts that may prove divisive. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Albania, followed by Greece. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While Albania aligns with the EU declaration, allow me to add some remarks in my national capacity. I thank the Finnish chairpersonship, ODIHR, and the government of Poland for their leadership in organizing this year's Human Dimension Conference. We regret that consensus on holding the mandated Human Dimension implementation meeting could not once again be achieved. Still, we value this opportunity to gather and exchange views with civil society representatives whose courage and commitment continue to inspire us. This conference is a strong demonstration of our shared commitment to uphold the OSCE capacity to protect human rights and fundamental freedoms. We commend the Finnish chairpersonship for navigating today's complex political environment and for ensuring leadership and resources for the OSCE autonomous institutions. ODIHR, the representative on freedom of the media, and the High Commissioner on National Minorities must remain strong, independent, and properly resourced to fulfill their mandates. The human dimension stands at the heart of OSCE work. Albania remains fully committed to safeguarding the independence, mandates, and budgets of these institutions. Open and inclusive dialogue on democracy, human rights, gender equality, and the rule of law is essential to our shared values and our collective progress. As we meet in 2025, we face new and evolving challenges: hybrid threats, disinformation, misuse of artificial intelligence, and shrinking civil space are undermining trust in institutions and weakening democratic resilience. These developments call for a coordinated response, one that upholds human rights and fundamental freedoms. Albania stands ready to contribute actively to this effort. Promoting gender equality and ensuring women's full and equal participation across political, social, and economic life remain a national priority. Women's leadership is essential for sustainable peace and democratic resilience. Combating violence against women and girls must stay at the core of our shared agenda. Albania will continue advancing these priorities within the OSCE and beyond. We must also acknowledge the ongoing suffering of the Ukrainian people under Russia's continued aggression. Albania reaffirms its solidarity with Ukraine and its people who are enduring grave violations of their rights and freedoms. We join others in urging Russia to meet its international obligations, to end its violations of human rights and of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Mr. Chair, as this Human Dimension Conference reminds us of our collective duty to uphold human rights and equality, I must draw attention to the persistent challenges faced by Albanians in Preševa Valley in Serbia. Despite being an integral part of the regions and of Serbia's social fabric, Albanians in Preševa, Bujanovac, and Medveda continue to face systemic discrimination, particularly in education, language, and political participation, contrary to OSCE principles of equality and non-discrimination. We remain deeply concerned about the ongoing passivization of residential addresses and administrative measures applied in a discriminatory and disproportionate way against the Albanian community. This practice effectively denies access to basic rights and public services, amounting to administrative exclusion. These concerns have been recognized by the Council of Europe Advisory Committee, which has noted the lack of transparency and the severe consequences, including the loss of voting rights, healthcare, and education access. Albania calls for meaningful dialogue to end these practices in full respect of Serbia's obligation under the Framework Convention and its OSCE commitments. Finally, I would add that Albania values the Human Dimension Conference as a vital platform for addressing human rights concerns, and we look forward to engage in meaningful discussion for the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
I thank you. And the next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Greece, followed by Serbia. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Greece fully aligns itself with the statement made by the EU. Allow me to add some remarks on a national capacity. I would like to thank ODIHR, the chairpersonship in office, and our Polish hosts for today's very important conference. These are challenging times, not only for democratic values and human rights, but for international relations as a whole. We live in a period when it's not at all a given that multilateral diplomacy is recognized as the most useful tool to preventing conflict and ensuring peace. Unfortunately, many citizens in the OSCE area, including from the younger generation we spoke about, believe that military might is the only factor that guides and can guide international developments today. OSCE is the world's largest regional security organization, but it has to prove its importance in guiding international developments. We have to prove that security is not just about military might. In this effort, it is more important than ever that this organization is based on the concept of comprehensive security. And that means, as Director Telalyan said, that there is no security without human rights and democratic values, without democratic resilience, without supporting many of the journalists and civil society representatives who are today with us, making sure they are heard and that our states are held accountable to OSCE standards. At the same time, it is more important than ever that from its foundations, this organization was based on promoting engagement and dialogue, because also there is no security without engagement and dialogue. This was true just as much today as it was 50 years ago. As Secretary General Sinirlioglu said, this is the framework that will allow us to return to and rebuild cooperative security, another cornerstone of this organization, no matter how hard it is, when the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine is over. In this context, ODIHR plays a pivotal role in promoting democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, as well as strengthening gender equality institutions across the region. Its work is indispensable, and it is imperative that we reaffirm our commitment to its mandate by also ensuring the office has the necessary resources to fulfill its mission. ODIHR has played an invaluable role in monitoring international human rights and humanitarian law violations and advancing global accountability efforts. Through its reports, ODIHR has illuminated the terrible consequences of Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, raising international awareness of this on this fundamental daily breach of Helsinki Final Act and international law and principles. Furthermore, ODIHR's election observation methodology, renowned for its rigor and impartiality, has strengthened democratic processes across the region by providing comprehensive, evidence-based assessments that promote transparency and accountability in electoral systems. At the same time, it has maintained objectivity by identifying factors that could undermine the democratic process regardless of their origin. And of course, we recognize the extremely important work of the OSCE representative on freedom of the media and the OSCE Commissioner on National Minorities. Greece is a non-permanent member of the Security Council of the United Nations and founding member of the CAC, remains steadfastly a firm advocate of the purpose and fundamental principles and our common commitments enshrined in the Helsinki Final Act. It has and will always support dialogue and diplomacy on the basis of international law as the sole viable means for achieving the organization's main objectives of international peace, security, development, and the promotion of human rights. In this context, we are organizing a side event on combating child trafficking. We're a convener on side event of the Group of Friends on the safety of journalists. We are co-sponsoring an event on anti-Semitism and co-sponsoring the side event on the results of the Moscow Mechanism report on the prisoners of war in the Russian Federation. Thank you very much.
I thank you. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Serbia, followed by Turkey. Ambassador, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Excellencies, dear colleagues, at the outset, we would like to express our appreciation to the Finnish chairpersonship for its effort in organizing this year's Human Dimension Conference, to ODIHR for its support, and to our Polish hosts for their hospitality. The value of this conference lies in direct dialogue with open discussion between participating states and civil society. We hope that this year's numbers of participants will help us advance tangible progress in the protection of human rights throughout the OSCE region. The protection and promotion of human rights and fundamental freedoms are indivisible from the comprehensive approach to security upon which OSCE is based on. They become even more vital in times of crisis and conflict. We regret that consensus could not once again be reached on the Human Dimension Implementation meeting. Still, we firmly believe that every opportunity for dialogue is essential, especially when addressing challenges that affect the implementation of our shared commitments and ultimately the security and stability across the OSCE area. The Republic of Serbia highly values the work of OSCE and its independent institution, the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, the High Commissioner on National Minorities, and the representative of freedom of the media. We remain fully committed to constructive engagement in support of our shared goals and principles. Our common duty is to seek peaceful and sustainable solutions, rebuild mutual trust, and reaffirm our dedication to the human dimension across all participating states. We firmly believe that we, as OSCE participating states, have a responsibility to uphold peace, stability, and security through dialogue. That is why we cannot remain silent when the human and fundamental rights of communities are being systematically violated anywhere in the OSCE region. Unfortunately, I am once again obliged to point out that in Kosovo and Metohija, the Serbian people and non-Albanian communities continue to face grave and ongoing human rights abuses. On a daily basis, they endure ethnically motivated violence, discrimination, intimidation, and institutional exclusion. Access to education, healthcare, employment, and property is obstructed or denied. Persistent pressure of the Serbian Orthodox Church, restriction of access to religious sites and cultural heritage, and the lack of adequate institutional protection remains a troubling reality. This blatant violation of human rights and fundamental freedoms cannot be seen otherwise but as a direct affront and political persecution of Serbian people in Kosovo and Metohija. Instead of honoring previous dialogue agreements and refraining from unilateral actions, Pristina is using aggressive policies and actions towards the Republic of Serbia and Serbs in Kosovo and Metohija to mask the failure of its own political agenda. Rather than engaging in dialogue, upholding commitments, and working towards reconciliation, we are witnessing targeted attacks on everything associated with the Serbian identity, an effort aimed at forcing Serbs to leave Kosovo and Metohija and shifting the blame onto Serbia. While we remain committed to dialogue and constructive engagement, we call on international actors to intensify their efforts in encouraging Pristina to fulfill its obligation and refrain from actions that are jeopardizing the process. We call on OSCE institutions and participating states to respond more consistently and more strongly to these alarming developments. Our credibility as a community of shared values depends on our readiness to address all human rights violations whenever they occur and regardless of political sensitivities. Dear colleagues, Serbia remains fully committed to democratic principles, the rule of law, and freedom of expression as guaranteed by its constitutional and international obligation. The country continues to foster open dialogue with journalists, non-governmental organizations, and academic institutions, while taking concrete steps to strengthen transparency, pluralism, and institutional independence. The government respects the right of citizens to protest and continues to ensure that all gatherings are conducted safely and in accordance with legal procedures. However, as case law of the European Court of Human Rights demonstrates, this right is not unlimited nor absolute. No democratic society can condone acts of violence presented under the guise of protest, nor can it remain indifferent to international attempt to undermine institutional stability regardless of the justification. As for the allegation about the so-called passivization of addresses which we have heard today, I am once again obliged to state the following. The Republic of Serbia remains firmly committed to protecting the right of all national minority communities through progressive legislation, inclusive education, and strong institutional support. We reiterate that the law of residence is applied impartially to all citizens, regardless of ethnicity. Since 2011, 56,592 addresses have been deactivated. Only 4.8% of these in 3 southern municipalities. Relevant information of this matter has already been submitted to the High Commissioner of National Minority, and its accuracy has been confirmed by the OSCE mission to Serbia, demonstrating the non-discriminatory nature of the process. We deem it of utmost importance to address these allegations, particularly in light of previous attempts to manipulate and internationalize claims of supposed right violence. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Turkey, followed by Iceland. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished participants, I would like to join previous speakers in thanking the Finnish chairpersonship and ODIHR for their efforts in organizing this conference. We also extend our gratitude to our host Poland for their warm hospitality. As an integral part of the OSCE's concept of comprehensive security, human dimension commitments are invaluable for the promotion of human rights and fundamental freedoms. With the signing of the Helsinki Final Act, human rights principles started to be recognized as an indispensable part of a common security framework for the first time. ODIHR's role is imperative in upholding democratic institutions and promoting respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. Upholding the OSCE's principles and commitments is our shared responsibility. Yet, despite all efforts and still 50 years after the signing of our founding documents, grave violations of human rights persist in the OSCE area and beyond. Armed conflicts have further darkened this already grim picture. These pressing complex challenges necessitate our unabated attention and efforts. Mr. Chair, the ongoing aggression and the absence of a diplomatic resolution in the Ukraine war continue to pose serious challenges to peace, stability and security in the OSCE region and globally. The severe human suffering, destruction and devastation aggravated by further escalation must be brought to an end. A just and lasting peace pursued through diplomatic efforts must continue to be our common goal. Since the very beginning, Turkey has persistently and constructively advocated for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine that must be pursued through diplomatic efforts. We once again renew our call for a diplomatic engagement for negotiated settlement on the basis of international law, the UN Charter and OSCE principles. Ukraine's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity must be restored, protected, and respected. Mr. Chair, we consider the Palestinian issue as central to regional and global justice and peace. It is the case for the viability of international law, as it was pointed out by the speakers at the very beginning of this session. The catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza represents a deeply troubling chapter in human history and calls for urgent intervention as severe violations of international humanitarian law against the Palestinian people continue unabatedly. In this context, the plan announced by US President Trump and the response of Hamas provides a window of opportunity. Turkey supports all efforts for peace and stands ready to work with the parties towards the realization of two-state vision, which is the only viable path towards lasting peace. Mr. Chair, as confirmed by numerous reports of international organizations and civil society actors, intolerance and discrimination against Muslim, Jews, Christians, and members of other religions are on the rise in the OSCE region and beyond. Here, we would like to draw attention to the alarming rise of Islamophobia in many participating states, which represent a dangerous trend undermining our common values and security. Turkey is committed to combat this challenge in all its forms and manifestations. Combating hatred against any religion or belief, as well as hate speech, intolerance, racism, xenophobia, violation of women's and children's rights, and discrimination must remain high on the agenda. It is essential to address these issues comprehensively and inclusively. Mr. Chair, we hope that the upcoming discussions will provide fruitful opportunities to assess the implementation of existing commitments. At the same time, we must recall that chairpersonship-led conference cannot replace the human dimension implementation meetings. The most important feature that distinguishes the OSCE from other international organizations is its consensus-driven nature and civil society engagement. Consensus remains key for the effective functioning of our organization. In closing, let me reiterate Turkey's support for the work of the OSCE's human dimension institutions and our determination to maintain effective cooperation with them. This is aligned with our firm commitment to empower the organization with the necessary toolbox for the decades ahead. Thank you very much.
I thank you. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Iceland, followed by North Macedonia. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will deliver the shortened version of my statement, but the full version will be distributed. Iceland wishes to align with the statement of the European Union, but allow me to add some remarks in my national capacity. Human rights and democracy are at the core of Iceland's foreign policy. These are the fundamental pillars to uphold international peace, security, and justice. The OSCE, with its comprehensive security approach, is uniquely tooled to reach these goals. Unfortunately, we are witnessing increasing erosion of respect for human rights, multilateralism, and democratic values across the OSCE area. These core values, including gender equality and women's rights, are under continuous pressure despite being anchored in international law. We must work together to quell and reverse these trends and to protect and preserve the values of human dignity and human rights. Since the start of Russia's unlawful war of aggression in Ukraine, Russia has decidedly misused the OSCE's consensus rule to block a consensual aid stem. We regret that it was not possible one more time to reach a consensus on the OSCE-mandated Human Dimension Conference. However, our presence here is the living proof that these bad faith tactics are not working. Our presence and the record-breaking number of participants show that the matters to be discussed for the next 2 weeks are both urgent and of critical importance. Iceland is grateful to the chairpersonship of Finland and ODIHR for creating the circumstances for the OSCE participating states and civil society to engage in this important discussion. This forum is the ideal place to highlight the plights of those who need our support the most, and that is one of the great strengths of the OSCE. Mr. Chair, Iceland reiterates once again its strong condemnation of Russia's systematic violation and abuse of international humanitarian law and human rights law. Its continuous indiscriminate and cruel attacks are targeting civilian objects, critical infrastructure, and residential areas in Ukraine. And these attacks keep getting worse week by week. The human impact of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is immense and wide-ranging, including on Ukraine's environment and its livability. This war is waged not only against today's Ukrainians, but also against its future generations. As revealed by the latest Moscow mechanism, Russia continues its widespread and systematic torture and ill treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war. This deliberate pattern denies them their most basic rights and dignity, reducing them to mere tradable pawns in Russia's cynical political game. Iceland reiterates calls on Russia to release all civilian prisoners and, most importantly, to return the forcibly deported Ukrainian children back to their homeland. We will continue to press and call for the release of the unlawfully detained SMM staff members. Mr. Chair, we condemn in the strongest terms Belarus for the persistent support for Russia's war of aggression. The Belarusian authorities continue to suppress the fundamental freedoms of its people in a desperate attempt to stay in power. Their continued disregard for democratic principles and rule of law only further underlines the illegitimacy of the regime. Iceland continues to call for the release of all political prisoners in Belarus. Unfortunately, we have seen further democratic backsliding in other parts of the OSCE area. Georgia continues to slip further away from its democratic foundations. Iceland has steadfastly supported Georgia's territorial integrity, democratic and economic development since the restoration of its independence. We find it unacceptable that Georgia's invitation to ODIHR was only made so late in its election process that it prevented the organization from conducting meaningful election observation. We continue to support Georgian people in the pursuit of a prosperous democratic future within Europe. Democratic values are not mere embellishments for us, they are the cornerstone upon which this community is built. However, through all these troubling developments, there is a silver lining, and despite the continuous hybrid warfare and cyber interferences from Russia, we were delighted to see that Moldova managed to conduct successful elections. Mr. Chair, Ukraine continuously demonstrates that democracy, rule of law, freedom, and human rights are values worth fighting for. Iceland remains firmly committed to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. We remain unwavering in our support for Ukraine. Shared human rights commitments are an essential part of our comprehensive approach to security. There is no security without human rights. The Warsaw Human Dimension Conference signifies the unique value of the OSCE, which continues to deliver real and lasting benefits for the people of our region. Iceland looks forward to engaging in the work of the Warsaw Human Dimension Conference in the coming 2 weeks. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you. And the next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of North Macedonia, followed by Turkmenistan. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. North Macedonia fully aligns with the EU statement, but allow me now to give some remarks in international capacity. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the government of Poland for welcoming us today in Warsaw, in the city I am privileged to live in. The Human Dimension Conference chaired this year by Finland is a crucial annual opportunity to review and reaffirm the significant group of principles laid down in the Helsinki Final Act in 1975. We acknowledge the steadfast leadership of Secretary General Feridun Sinirlioglu and all the heads of all OSCE institutions present today. We commend the hard-working team at ODIHR and for the successful organization of this conference, and we recognize the vital role of the media and the participation of civil society representatives from all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the vitality and resilience of our democracies hinge upon the unrestricted space for civil society, whose essential monitoring and advocacy work we must actively support and defend against all the challenges. This conviction is rooted in our belief that multilateralism is not a threat to sovereignty, it is a modern expression of it, as my Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mocunski, said. North Macedonia is a multicultural, successfully functioning country, and we are very proud of that. The principle underpinned our 2023 OSCE chairmanship, by far the biggest diplomatic task that my country ever had. Under the motto, it's about people, focusing on conflict prevention, anti-corruption, and the protection of vulnerable communities. Future work includes a clear emphasis on empowering younger generation and ensuring that they are equipped to understand the immense opportunities and complex threats posed by the digital world we inhabit. We continue to advocate for the full implementation of OSCE's comprehensive security approach, connecting the rule of law to stability, including the Russian aggression on Ukraine. In that regard, let me reaffirm our firm opinion that ODIHR has proven to serve its key purpose of supporting democracy, human rights, and fundamental values throughout the OSCE region over the past 5 decades. In conclusion, we thank the OSCE profoundly for its unwavering contribution to security, peace, and dialogue over the decades in my country. Yet, as we look to the future, we urge the organization to ensure that its strategic focus is continually renewed, directing its unique toolbox expertise and field missions where the need for the action is most acute, ensuring a tangible impact on the ground and addressing the most critical implementation gaps. Finally, we look forward to support Switzerland in its preparations for 2026 chairmanship. We welcome their focus on dialogue, trust, and security, and their necessary commitment to ensure the OSCE's ability to act in these challenging times. We must all strengthen the values that allow our diverse societies to flourish. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you. And the next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Turkmenistan, followed by Hungary. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Turkmenistan express appreciation to the Finnish chairpersonship of the OSCE and the ODIHR for organizing this important conference. We also thank Poland for hosting this conference here in Warsaw. Turkmenistan consistently expands and strengthens its cooperation with the OEC Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. In June 2025, delegation of Turkmenistan led by the Deputy Chair of the Central Commission for Elections and Referendums visited Warsaw for consultations with ODIHR aimed at deepening cooperation on democratic processes and election administration. As a follow-up, in September this year, an ODIHR expert delegation visited Ashgabat for technical discussions on electoral capacity building. Our most recent nationwide elections, the parliamentary election of March 2023, were accompanied by an ODIHR election assessment mission, which provided recommendations. We are now working closely with the office experts to implement those recommendations through targeted workshops and consultations in Ashgabat. Mr. Chair, turning to our cooperation in the field of human rights, Turkmenistan actively works in cooperation with the UN treaty-based human rights bodies in Geneva. In April this year, Turkmenistan presented its report to the Committee Against Torture, and the committee commended the installation of cameras in detention facilities and noted the progress in strengthening preventive mechanisms in the country. Dear ladies and gentlemen, next year will mark a 10th anniversary since the establishment of the Office of the Ombudsperson of Turkmenistan. The Ombudsperson's mandate covers the protection of and promotion of human rights, review of citizens' petitions, monitoring of compliance by state institutions, and formulation of recommendations to improve legislation. The most recent annual report covering the year of 2024, submitted in May 2025 to the Parliament of Turkmenistan, which highlights a growing number of successfully resolved petitions, expanded cooperation with civil society, and active engagement with the UN and OEC offices in Ashgabat. The office continues to contribute to the promotion of legal culture and public awareness of rights and freedoms. In line with Turkmenistan humanistic traditions, the President of Turkmenistan, His Excellency Serdar Berdimuhamedov, signed a decree on 26 of September 2025, pardoning 225 convicted individuals on the occasion of the anniversary of our independence, and based on universally recognized international standards on the protection of human rights and freedoms and the law of Turkmenistan on migration. The President also signed a resolution granting permanent residence permits to 142 foreign citizens. Overall, guided by the humanistic principles, to date, permanent residence permits in Turkmenistan have been granted to 5,152 foreign citizens and stateless persons. Furthermore, in November 2024, the United Nations High Commission on Refugees officially recognized that Turkmenistan has successfully resolved all known cases of statelessness within its territory, fulfilling its pledge under the UNHCR I Belong and Statelessness campaign. This followed a government UNHCR ministerial meeting in Ashgabat and the final issuance of citizenship documents to remaining 1,146 stateless persons. Mr. Chair, moreover, just recently at the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, Turkmenistan introduced a series of initiatives, among which is an initiative to proclaim an International Day of Multilingual Diplomacy. This initiative reflects our belief in the power of languages to foster intercultural dialogue, mutual understanding, and respect for cultural and linguistical diversity, all essential elements for building trust and cooperation in international relations. In the same spirit of dialogue and understanding, we would like to specifically commend the work of the OEC Center in Ashgabat, those activities on the third dimension. Mr. Chair, Turkmenistan remains firmly committed to constructive engagement with the ODIHR and other institutions of the OEC and the broader international community in advancing democracy, human rights, rule of law, and tolerance. We believe that continued dialogue, mutual respect, and practical cooperation remain the best means of strengthening our shared values and ensuring lasting peace and stability across the OSCE region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Hungary, followed by Belgium. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Hungary aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the EU. At the same time, let me add this few remarks in my national capacity. So Hungary regrets the fact that one small consensus could not be reached on the organization of the regular human dimension implementation meeting, and important to see the forum for dialogue that my country highly values. Therefore, we would like to thank the chairpersonship of Finland for following earlier example and organizing this conference, and we express our gratitude for the entire chairpersonship team and for the excellent work carried out. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, we are facing difficult times. The effective work of the organization is greatly affected by the ongoing war in Ukraine. Hungary has continuously and consistently supported all diplomatic efforts for the immediate ceasefire and lasting peace. However, despite all the difficulties and challenges, Hungary remains committed to protecting human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the implementation of OSCE commitments, and expects others to do likewise. Regrettably, we are witnessing a decline in the safeguarding and promotion of human rights, including national minority rights. For the effective protection of national minorities and the preservation of European diversity, we consider it very important to protect the individual and collective identity of national minorities, as well as their cultural, educational, and linguistic rights. Unfortunately, regarding the rights of national minorities, particularly in the field of their implementation, there are still some serious setbacks in the OSCE area which need to be addressed. There are also still many challenges in the field of social inclusion, including access to education and healthcare, employment, participation in decision-making, to mention a few that affect disproportionately minority groups, including Roma and Sinti communities. Furthermore, in recent years, Christian communities across the OSCE region have faced anti-Christian hate incidents, which, if left unaddressed, can undermine the broader peace, security, and stability of societies and the entire region. In this respect, Hungary welcomes the publication of a practical guide on understanding anti-Christian hate crimes and addressing the security needs of Christian communities, as well as the launching side even next week in the framework of this conference. And thanks, ODIHR, for its work. We also appreciate ODIHR's efforts to encourage and support participating states to counter intolerance against Christian communities. And in conclusion, let me emphasize that we highly value the opportunity that we can discuss this and other very important topics further in the thematic sessions. Thank you.
I thank you. And finally, the last speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Belgium. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, dear colleagues, and distinguished representative of civil society. Belgium fully aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union and wishes to add the following remarks in its national capacity. First, I would like to thank the Finnish chairmanship for organizing this conference and express my gratitude to ODIHR for its assistance in making it possible. Like many, I regret, however, that Russia and Belarus have once again prevented consensus on holding the mandated annual meeting on the implementation of the human dimension. For Belgium, respect for human rights and fundamental freedom the strengthening of democratic institutions, and the adherence by participating states to their human dimension commitments remain essential. In this year, marking the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act, vigilance is more necessary than ever. This conference is all the more important as these rights and commitments are being widely undermined throughout the OSCE region. Russia, with the complicity of Belarus, continues its unprovoked, justifiable and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, a flagrant denial of the OSCE's principles and commitments. Numerous reports, including those of the expert missions under the Moscow mechanism and the United Nations Commission of Inquiry, continue to document the grave violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law committed by Russia in the course of its aggression. Many of these violations may amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. Elsewhere in the OSCE region, respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms is also deteriorating. Restrictive laws, such as so-called foreign agent laws, hinder the work of civil society. Other legal and administrative measures aimed at limiting freedom of expression, freedom of association, and the right to peaceful assembly further erode the ability of human rights defenders, journalists, and other actors to carry out their essential roles. At a time when violations of our common OSCE commitments are widespread, it is more relevant than ever to allow civil society actors and human rights defenders to share their experiences and hold participating states accountable. The discussions over the coming days are necessary to uphold and protect democratic principles, human rights, and fundamental freedoms. We welcome, among others, the organization of a plenary session on humanitarian issues. It is indeed, unfortunately, a very timely opportunity to reflect on ways to combat impunity in response to the massive violations of human rights and humanitarian law caused by conflicts. In conclusion, it is encouraging to see so many civil society actors and human rights defenders gather here in Warsaw to take part in this dialogue. We especially commend those who come from regions affected by war and conflict, and we look forward to the fruitful exchanges that will take place over the coming 2 weeks. I thank you.
I thank you. Are there any other delegations that wish to take the floor in this session? Does not seem to be the case. Thank you so much. And with this, we come to the end of the opening session. I thank you all for your participation and look forward to our exchanges in the coming days. And before I close the session, I will inform you about some things. There are 3 issues that I want to inform. First of all, I would like to invite you all to the opening reception hosted by the Finnish chairpersonship in Villa Foxal, starting at 1900 hours, so 7 p.m. Don't forget to take your badges with you. That ensures your entrance. So keep your badges with you, please. Second thing, I also want to inform you that during next weekend on Sunday, with the same badge that ensures your entrance to the reception, you will also have a free entrance to the Museum of History of Polish Jews, Polin. So that's another thing I wanted to inform you about. And the last one, tomorrow we will start the day with side events at 8:30, followed by the plenary session number 1 at 10 a.m. in this very hall, focusing on humanitarian issues. And with this, I close the session. Thank you so much. See you at reception.